Okay, so this is going to be the Dominating Blow Guide leveling companion video. The idea of this video is that you can watch this kind of alongside while you're leveling, compare how I'm leveling to how you're leveling. The idea of this is just to give you as smooth of a league start as possible so that you can make sure you're following the guide correctly and just make sure you're doing everything correctly. And I'm just bringing up my notes here on the side before I get started. Okay, and we're going to create our character. On League Start, you'll pick the Forbidden Sanctum League. That's not available right now. I'm just going to do solo stuff on Standard. You don't have to do solo stuff found, obviously. You can also do this on Hardcore if you want. This build can play Hardcore, but for the sake of the video, I'm not going to. So we're going to make a Templar. We're going to name him Domblow Leveling Companion. Oh, that's too much. How about Video Companion? Video Companion. Okay. Skip all tutorials. Make sure you set left click to move only. Put your default attack somewhere else. Pick up your gem, equip it. I'm also going to make sure I'm on D&D, just so that I don't get interrupted while recording this video. And this is unscripted other than the notes that I have in the build guide, which is not a script. Equip this gem. This gem doesn't really do anything, but it does help you freeze Hillock sometimes. Make sure this is set to always attack without moving. Kite counterclockwise around Hillock and he won't hit you. You can see he's getting frozen pretty frequently. Use your mana flask when you get low on mana. When Hillock is below half, just stop hitting him. Because he does this thing where he full heals, and he won't do it when he's frozen, so you just kind of have to let him unfreeze and do it. Okay. Pick up anything that Hillock drops, even the garbage, because we can just sell it. Go into town. Our first skill point we are going to spend right here. Okay, let's see what we picked up. This driftwood maul meat. No, we'll use the scepter that we picked up. We'll sell this other stuff. Actually, maybe this shield might be better than the scepter. Yeah, let's use this shield. The scepter is more damage, but the shield is better block and safer. Anyway, so we're going to sell the rest of that junk. And actually, we are going to buy a zombie gem from Nessa. Which we don't have a socket for yet, but that's okay. We're going to take Smite. And we are going to just throw Glacial Hammer in the garbage. Same with Elemental Proliferation. We're going to equip Smite. Always attack without moving, and now we have a slot for Raise Zombie. I'm going to move Zombie to a different spot on my key bindings. And we can check if Tarkleigh has like a decent item for us to buy. This claw is decent. But we can't use Smite with the claw, so forget about that. This is okay. This is decent. There's nothing really that important here. We'll just keep going. Sometimes Tarkleigh will have a decent 3-link for you, but we don't really care about links yet. The reason I grabbed a shield, or you can dual wield at the start, either is fine, is that Act 1 is just pretty dangerous now. You want to have some kind of defense going into the coast. So, block chance is something. When you see a big group of enemies here, you can stop to kill it. But for the most part, you're just running straight through the coast and not killing anything. Be really careful around groups of cannibals like this, because as you can see, they can kill you pretty quickly. Pick up these boots, keep moving. I think it could be down here, but it's probably this way. There's nothing else I really want to talk about in this zone. Just, like I said, move straight through the zone. It's dangerous. There is a boss, I think, right up here named Fire Fury. There he is, or she, I'm not sure. Do not try to fight Fire Fury. You'll just die. Oh, this is the wrong way. Usually there's like the wall here goes down for a bit, and then there's a ramp, but it looks like it is set up a little differently this time. Here's the ramp. Here's the wall that goes down, so you need to go down around this wall. But the layout can be a little bit different. So grab this waypoint, and go straight through to the mudflats. So the mudflats is also a pretty dangerous zone. The dangerous enemies here are called Roas. It's these things. These things can stun lock you. They will do a thing where they like stamp their feet to wind up a charge. If you move close enough to them, it will actually interrupt the charge. They won't charge at you if you're too close to them. Just be careful here if you're in hardcore. Like, make sure you're moving around and not getting stun locked by anything. You don't really have to kill anything here, but that was... there's just a lot of enemies around that quest item, so I kind of had to clear it out. So these 3 nests that you need to grab, first of all, I can see them already, but they have these streams of water linking them, so you can kind of see where they are, even if you didn't get lucky like I did, and see them all on the map. Oh, that is a 3-link in the exact colors we want, so we're going to pick that up. Red, red, blue is what we want this early. Blue, blue, red is also useful. So I'm just going to get these enemies out of the way. Pick this up, and they're both equipped already. I'm going to move the smite down here, which it's not going to matter yet, but once we get our first support gem, it will be useful. Okay, so we got our 3 glyphs, and now we go open the submerged passage. Ow! Like I said, do not get stun locked by these things. I got pretty lucky not dying there, to be honest. Yeah, so be careful in this zone. If you're in hardcore, you can die pretty quickly. So we're looking for an exclamation mark, like a quest marker on the map. This is not it. This is a scary Roa boss that does chaos damage. Usually, seeing him... Oh, nope, here we are. This is the right way. Okay. So we go into the submerged passage, and you might notice that I haven't summoned any zombies yet. That's intentional. We're just going to grab these strength points for now. These points don't really do anything. They're kind of decent life regen, but they're not really that noticeable. So we grab this waypoint, and we waypoint back to the coast. And then we go over here, and we're about to come up on the first unique enemy that we need to kill, other than Hillock. So the reason that we did the mudflats first is just to be a little bit higher level when we come here. So the guy we need to kill here, his name is Hailrake. He casts Glacial Cascade, and he is the only enemy in the game with predictive targeting. And what that means is that for every other enemy in the game, you kind of want to move in circles so that they don't hit you. For him, you want to do the opposite. You want to move back and forth. That is usually like the worst thing you can do in this game, because you'll move back to an area that an enemy attacked and you'll get hit by them. But Hailrake tries to target where you're going to be instead of where you are, and he's the only enemy in the entire game that does that. You don't have to kill anything in this zone. I'm just stopping when I see like a big grouped up pack for the experience. Hailrake can be on either side of the zone, so just pick a direction and go around in a circle. Eventually you'll find him. Got pretty unlucky. I should have went right first, but that's fine. There isn't really any way to know which side he's going to be on, as far as I know. So you see, he's like casting his spell sort of in the direction that we're moving, and I am in trouble because I'm surrounded. So as long as you keep changing direction against him, you'll be okay. He can also run out of mana, and then he just starts attacking you. So we pick up the medicine chest. Always pick up scrolls while you're leveling. The rest of the stuff doesn't really matter, but we can pick it up to vendor. We're going to exit the character select and then go back in. This is just to save a portal scroll because anytime you log out and log back in, it puts you in town. So here we get Holy Flame Totem, which is going to help us deal single target damage, and we're going to get Frostblink. Okay, we can equip this Frostblink here, put the zombie over here. This is the key I want Frostblink on. Holy Flame Totem can go... Here is fine. No. Here is better. Frostblink can go over here, I guess. Okay. So now we're going to get our first support gem and our Quicksilver Flask. We want Ancestral Call.
Farewell.
And we're going to equip that to our Smite, so that our Smite will now target multiple enemies. Make sure you equip your Quicksilver Flask. Vendor all this junk that we picked up. We don't even need to identify any of it. We're not going to use any of this.
Be well.
You can buy a couple gems here. One that I want is Phantasm. It's a very, very, very strong gem right now. And I also want Holy Relic. So what I'm going to do, it's a bit tricky to find the links here. I'm going to link Summon Phantasm to... No, you know what? Let's do it this way. Let's do Holy Flame Totem, Summon Phantasm, and Holy Relic. And then Frostblink can go here. Zombie can go here. That's fine. The zombie won't get Ancestral Call, but that doesn't matter. I was going to mention earlier, I was not summoning any zombies yet because they would not have survived yet. We don't have any way of healing them, but now we do, because now we have Holy Relic. Make sure my Frostblink is here. This can be Holy Flame Totem. Or no, this is supposed to be Holy Relic. Make sure these are all set to attack without moving. And that's fine. So we can summon a Holy Relic. And this thing will cast a little spell every time we attack. It does some damage, and it gives some regen to us and our minions. That's a lot of damage I just took. We can start using Holy Flame Totem, because it's very good for single target at this point. And the Holy Flame Totem, because we linked Summon Phantasm to it, it's going to keep summoning these little ghost things that shoot a spell missile. Normally I wouldn't kill this enemy, but it's kind of in my way while I'm explaining things, so I'm going to kill it. Holy Flame Totem also creates consecrated ground around it, which gives some life regen and reduces curse effect. The curse effect doesn't really matter right now. I'm going to kill this essence. Always do essences while you're leveling. Like, always, always, always do essences while you're leveling. So Holy Flame Totem is just a very good way to get some sustained DPS right now. We're actually getting some good loot here. We can also raise some zombies, because we just killed a big pack of enemies, and these zombies can actually survive decently now. Because we have a combination of Holy Relic and Holy Flame Totem, and that is going to help keep the zombies alive. You can also see now that when I use Smite, it's hitting an area, like it hits multiple enemies at once. That's because of the Ancestral Call gem. And an important thing to know about Smite is that when you use it, it puts a buff on you and all of your minions, that little yellow shiny thing above our heads. That is a lightning damage aura. It's a buff that gives extra lightning damage. Okay, when you see this long bridge in the submerged passage, put a portal before you cross it, because we're going to come back here. This is a shrine. Always grab shrines, especially because this is an acceleration shrine. This is very lucky. This is the best shrine you can find while leveling. It makes you much faster. Which is basically the only thing that matters while leveling. Always pick up armor scraps and blacksmith whetstones, because we don't really need them specifically, but we can sell them for scrolls of wisdom, and we do need a lot of those. I can get a notable here. Gonna kill these just so I can get some zombies back. The zombies still are not surviving that great, so what I actually usually do is I don't focus on using zombies yet. Always pick up Scrolls of Wisdom, even if you have to backtrack for them while leveling. They're worth it. Until way later on, at least. Like, until you have about 100 of them. I'm resummoning my Holy Relic instead of using Holy Flame Totem. That's just an accident because of a key binding I'm used to. You can kind of just, like, drop Holy Flame Totem, smite once or twice, and keep moving. Oh, always pick up Orbs of Transmutation. Those are, honestly, probably the most important item to pick up while leveling. Other than gear upgrades. Orbs of Transmutation are probably the most important currency to pick up. Yeah, so, drop Holy Flame Totem, smite, keep moving, pick up Scrolls of Wisdom when you see them. If you see a blue pack, you can stop to kill it because these things give a lot of extra experience. We already picked up a better shield than this, but I'll pick it up anyway because I would normally pick that up. And at this point, we are just running straight forward until we get to the prison. We're not really stopping for anything. What you can do, if you want, is when your Quicksilver Flask is empty, you can stop to kill some enemies. Because it will give you flask charges, and then you can use that to move faster. So that's one of the tactics you can use while leveling. That's a decent helm, but not in the right colors, and we already have the right colors on our helm. When I say the right colors, for this build, I mean red and blue. We only have 1 or 2 green gems in the entire build. Like, only one that's important. 2 if you want to move a little bit faster. So red and blue is like every other gem that we are using is either red or blue. So yeah, all of my zombies died during that, but that's fine. We are mainly getting our damage from Holy Relic, Smite, and Holy Flame Totem for now. Once we get to about level 12, in fact exactly level 12, we will have access to Absolution, which is going to be our main skill for a while. So grab the waypoint. You don't actually need the waypoint, but it's always a good idea to grab them, just in case you disconnect, just in case you die, anything like that. And keep moving through this zone. This is a pretty dangerous zone. The enemies do a lot of damage. So just keep moving, try not to stand still too much. Okay. We have a couple of skill points spent. Oh, when you go here, go around the edge. That when this boss enemy comes down, that slam that he does a ton of damage. It can one-shot you if it crits. It has happened to me before. So we go into the lower prison, and we are going to take our we're going to waypoint back to town and then take the portal that we left behind earlier. So waypoint, go to town. Take this portal back to the submerged passage, and we can spend our couple skill points that we have here at this point. We can go down here and grab some minion damage. In hardcore, I would go up and grab the life nodes first, but we're in softcore right now. So we go over this way, down to the flooded depths. So the reason we did it in this order is 1, for more efficient pathing, and 2, the same reason as doing Hail Rake later than we could have. It's because there's a unique enemy in here that we need to kill, so it's a bit easier if you are a slightly higher level. Again, you can stop to kill blue packs. Just make sure you're moving around. Pick up any flask upgrades that you see while you're leveling. I think this is the right way. It's usually kind of a guess which way you're going in this zone, but I think I got lucky here. Yep, here's the boss. And you can see that we're killing him pretty quickly. The combination of Phantasm's Holy Flame Totem and Smite is just a lot of damage. If we had zombies active right now, it would be even more damage. Again, always do essences while leveling, and especially essences of greed. Essences of greed give life on your gear, so make sure you pick those up. Okay, we're going to pick up the rare item and the chainmail tunic and go back to town. And now we get a skill point from Tarkly because we killed a granddaddy crab, in his words. Okay, so we can identify some stuff. I like to keep the items that I'm going to keep in my inventory on the bottom right so I don't get rid of them by accident. So like these essences can go over here, transmute can go over here. This helmet's good colors too. I'm definitely going to use this. This is a 3-link, but we don't need green, so we're just going to throw it out. This shield is... It's better just for the links, but it doesn't have lightning resist. There's no lightning damage in Act 1, so that's fine. This shield, though, is actually better than both of them, so I don't know why I'm even looking at that shield. These gloves are pretty good. Cold resist is nice right now, but not that useful yet. So let's get rid of this stuff. I'm going to keep that 3-link. Hold on to these, because we might end up using them. So here you're going to grab added fire damage. And you're going to link it to... Well, you have some options. You could link it to Holy Relic or Holy Flame Totem. In fact, let's move Holy Relic down here. Move Zombie up here. Move our Smite and Ancestral Call over here. Holy Flame Totem here. Added fire damage here. And Summon Phantasm. So this is the 3-link that you want while leveling. This is like your big 3-link right now. Is added fire damage, Summon Phantasm, Holy Flame Totem. This is your big damage until we get Absolution, which is a little bit later. We can throw out this extra flask probably, but... can I buy 3 wisdoms? Yeah, I'll buy a better mana flask just because I haven't found one yet. And then throw out the 3rd life flask I have because we don't need it. You can sell... armor scraps for Scrolls of Wisdom. We don't need armor scraps for anything while leveling, so that is a good use for them. Other gems you can buy right now that are good. Life Tap is okay, but we don't really need it yet. Let me just look at my notes real quick. Yeah, there isn't really anything that we need right now, so we'll just keep moving. Let's grab some more minion damage. And go back to the prison. Now, in the prison, there is a Labyrinth trial that you need to do, and it's where this book icon is. So you see a book icon in any zone where there's a Labyrinth trial, go towards it. This unique enemy is Chatters. He's pretty dangerous. He can freeze you. He's just in an inconvenient spot for us. I'm going to kill him. Normally, I would skip him, but he's right here anyway. I'm frozen. Also, I need to resummon my Holy Relic because I moved it on my gear. Anytime you move your minion gems around on your gear, it's going to unsummon your minions, like, automatically. So just remember to resummon them if you do that. Sapphire Ring is very good right now. Sharktooth Claw is okay. It's not great. We can't use Smite with a Claw, so it's not really that useful to us right now. We will eventually drop Smite, but not yet. This trial, it's just these spikes that kind of follow you around. They don't really do anything if they hit you. Like, they do some damage, but it's not really significant. So unless you get hit by them a lot, you'll be fine. Can probably raise some zombies at this point. I don't know if they'll survive, but maybe. You can Frostblink up here. And you can stop to kill this rare enemy if you want. You don't really have to. There's always a rare enemy here. Click on the plaque, and then it'll give you a portal back to the start of the trial. And now we are looking for the upper prison. At this point, you can pretty much just put your Holy Flame Totem down and then smite once, and that will kill just about any pack that you come across. It looks like we have to go around down here. We see the door now. What level am I? 9, that's good. 9 is about the right level to do Brutus, which is the first real boss, and he's coming up. Make sure you're always leveling up your gems. If you want to, you can wait until you like get to the start of a zone to level up your gems, because you get the grace period that makes you invincible while you first zone in, until you start moving. If you wanted to, you could use that Jade Chopper, but I'm using a shield. I would rather use a shield right now. The damage on our smite, excuse me, the primary damage on our smite is not really our primary source of damage, so we don't really care how much damage our weapon does. We are mainly using smite to buff our minions at this point, and our minions are doing all of our damage. And their totem. Again, always pick up Scrolls of Wisdom. We need a lot of them. You can open strongbox. If you see that mod detonates nearby corpses, stand really far away from it. The other scary mod on strongboxes is that they can freeze you when you open them. So make sure that there's not like a big pack of monsters around when you open them. If you see this like looks like a cell block where there's a bunch of little rooms, that is never the right way in here. Oh, blue pack over here. You can stop to kill blue packs. And I'm frozen. And we gained a level. That's actually really convenient. And now we can go in here and we can kill Brutus. Spend our skill point. Getting Grave Pact here before Brutus is pretty big. If you find that you're struggling with damage to kill Brutus, yeah, make sure you have just get like up to level 10 or level 9, whatever you need to get Grave Pact. It's a big damage increase. We can also take default attack off of our bar. We're never going to use it again. Be careful with how much mana you spend while you're moving around in here, because this fight can get pretty long. You can go out of mana, and then you'll have trouble killing this boss. And be careful with this boss. He does a lot of damage, and he's very tanky. I don't know why they made this boss so much harder than he used to be. I think this is one of the worst changes they've ever made to the game. Because this is a really early fight in the game. Anyway, so our zombies are dead, so that's why I said don't really worry about zombies. Holy Flame Totem is our main source of damage here. Holy Flame Totem and Phantasms. But the Phantasms die pretty quickly too. If we didn't have Holy Flame Totem here, we would be having a lot of trouble dealing sustained damage to him. Anyway, make sure you're moving around, trying not to get hit by him. He does a lot of damage. But the fact that we have a totem means that sometimes he'll attack the totem instead of us, which is just sort of a nice defensive layer for us. Try to keep your mana sustained, use your mana flasks. If you have to go to town here to get mana flask charges, then do that. Like put a portal down. You can portal out and come back in. He won't reset or anything. Bosses don't reset in this game when you portal out. And he's dead. Pick up all the loot that he drops. And at this point, you can just log out and log back in. The next waypoint automatically activates after you kill Brutus. So, we've killed Brutus. We're going to get a free aura from Tarkly. He gives Vitality or Clarity, or, well, those are the main ones that we're looking at. We're going to grab Vitality. We're also going to grab Clarity, because we have an Orb of Transmutation, and we can just buy Clarity. If you didn't have a Transmutation Orb, you wouldn't be able to buy this, so that's why I do it in that order. Vitality is a little bit more important. Clarity is just quality of life and nothing else, basically. So actually, this helmet is better than this one. But we want to keep a zombie. Although I did just lose a blue socket. Yeah, maybe I'll keep using this one for now, actually, because I need Ray Zombie and I need Clarity. And we're going to use this Sapphire Ring instead of this Iron Ring. We don't care about our damage, our melee damage. We can put Vitality in our boots for now. I like to put my auras on my second bar, so here's Clarity, here's Vitality. You can set them both to always attack without moving, it doesn't really matter. Identify all this junk that we picked up. It looks like all of it is, in fact, junk. Yeah, probably not going to use any of this.
Hello.
Also, Gramped 6 life per enemy hit. Anyway, Sell all of this, sell. Keep that. We can hold on to this. I don't know if we'll use it. So the reason I haven't sold this ring here is because what you can do is buy any blue gem from Nestle, like buy a fireball, and then sell an iron ring and a blue gem, and it will give you a sapphire ring. And a sapphire ring is extremely useful in Act 1. Am I missing anything? Does Bestel give anything here? I don't think so. Nope. Okay. So now we take our waypoint that automatically activated, Prisoner's Gate, and we're just going to keep moving. We also are going to turn on Clarity and Vitality. Clarity will help keep our mana sustained. It'll make it so that we don't need to use Mana Flask so much. And Vitality, I can actually summon some zombies, and Vitality should be able to keep them pretty healthy. So now our zombies are actually useful. This is why we grabbed the zombie gem early on, so that the zombies would be at a decent level. They would already be leveled up when we get here. This zone is kind of rough for zombies because the dogs leave burning ground when they die. But for the most part, it's okay. Also, in this zone, the road, you'll notice that I'm not following the road in this zone. The road is always the wrong way. It looks like we're going to end up at the end of the road anyway, just the way the zone is laid out. But the road is always a dead end. The correct path in this zone is always somewhere along the side. Orb of Transmutation, make sure you pick those up. And yeah, the burning ground is too much for the zombies right now. That's fine. It's only really an issue in this zone. Blue pack we can stop for. Starting in the next zone, we're going to actually use our zombies and keep them sustained. I'm not going to waste too much time chasing those enemies around. So this is a dead end. Piety will block the way. And you're going to look for like a side path somewhere along these walls. Again, Holy Flame Totem, smite once, keep moving. That's all you really need to do for most packs. For blue packs, you can stop to fight them now. Holy Flame Totem, smite, keep moving. Oh, that's a boss. Yeah, this zone is pretty skippable. Like it's dangerous, and the enemies are just. It's okay experience. It's just not a great zone to farm, so it's better just to kind of run straight through it. You can kill some enemies along the way if you have to, but don't worry about farming in that zone. And now we can start grabbing some life. So in this zone, you need to find the waypoint. You need to find a cave called the Ship Graveyard Cave. And we need to find Fairgraves. We don't need to find Fairgraves yet. Sometimes you'll find him anyway. There he is. The main thing we're looking for right now is the Ship Graveyard Cave. Also, if you find the next zone before you find the cave, that's fine. If you find the next zone first, you'll go into that zone, grab the waypoint, which is right at the start, and then waypoint back here. And it looks like that's likely what's going to happen here. Oh, and I did mention that we can start using our zombies again. They should be able to sustain pretty well at this point because of Vitality Aura and Holy Flame Totem and Holy Relic, all giving them some regen. Anyway, you don't need to stop and kill as much stuff as I'm killing. I just wanted to get some zombies. So this is the wrong way because it's just looping back to Fairgraves. So it has to be over to the left here somewhere. Or it could be like way over to the right past Fairgraves. That's also a possibility. But it looks like this is probably the Cavern of Wrath here. So this is the next zone. This is not the Ship Graveyard Cave that we're looking for, but we're going to go in here anyway. We're going to hit the waypoint and take the waypoint back to the Ship Graveyard. And then we're going to look sort of around the area of the Ship Graveyard that we didn't check. Most builds I would not recommend stopping to kill rare enemies, but this build is actually pretty decent at killing them, so it's kind of fine. They can drop pretty good loot sometimes. But yeah, we're just looking for a cave here. And here it is. The ship graveyard cave. And this cave is pretty inconsistent on which direction you need to go. The end of the cave generally is always at like the top left. But the path that you take to get there can be a long and winding one. Pick up this portal scroll. Like I said, it is worth backtracking to pick up scrolls, unless you have like 100 of them. Well, portal scrolls not as much, but wisdom's for sure. Always, always, always pick up orbs of chance. These are the second most valuable thing to pick up in the campaign, after orbs of transmutation. We're going to buy gems with them later, and then further on than that, we're going to buy maps with them. Yeah, for white packs, just Holy Flame Totem, smite once, keep moving. For blue packs, we stop and fight them. And these zombies in here leave like tarred ground when they die, and it makes you move really slow. You can just Frostblink out of it. Always do essences. Another Essence of Greed. I think this is the third one we found. This is really lucky. Yeah. Okay, and here's the exclamation mark, which means this is the quest item we want. And we're frozen right now. We can actually just log out here. And then log back in. As long as you picked up the quest item, you're done in there. And then we take the waypoint back to the ship graveyard, and we go talk to Fairgraves. And spoiler, Fairgraves is not a friend. Grab some life. At this point, you're just waiting for him. He summons some skeletons. They're really easy to kill. Eventually, he comes out and fights to fight you himself. There he is. And he gets melted by phantasms and Holy Flame Totem. Always pick up whetstones. The rest of the stuff is not really great. You can log out here again, or you could have walked back to the waypoint. Either's fine. Log out is a little bit faster. So now we talk to Bestel. He will give us a skill point, which I forgot to take. And there's a few ways you can go now. You can kind of just start going straight up, or you can grab this 20 dex here. I'm going to start going straight up. Okay, at this point, because we went into the Cavern of Wrath, Nessa gives us a gem. The gem we want is called Absolution. This is now our main skill. So we are going to link... We're going to take this Holy Flame Totem out of here and put Absolution where it was. So it's Absolution, added fire damage, summon Phantasm. You can still use Holy Flame Totem, it's still fine, but you don't have it linked to those damage gems anymore. Identify this stuff.
What little help I can offer.
This is cold resist, it's decent. I might use that shield. Yeah, I'll use that shield. Okay, so we're gonna put this shield on. Oh, we lose our Ancestral Call and Smite, though. Okay, maybe I won't do that yet. No, I won't do that yet. That's fine. What I will do is use one of these essences that we found, because we have a few of them now. We have quite a few of them. Hatred, Greed, Greed. Okay, use one of these small essences of Greed on this. Hey, it got Cold Resist. That is actually very good. Very, very useful to us. We're a little bit starved for blue sockets right now, though. So I don't know if I'll use this yet. Yeah, we won't have enough blue sockets if I use it. I can check if Tarkly has any boots with blue sockets. Boots. He does? So I'm going to buy this. This is also chrome. We can vendor this later for chromatic orb, so that's actually profit. Okay, so vitality can go here. I'm going to move Raise Zombie down here. And we're going to equip this and put our clarity gem in it. Actually, what we can do here, where's our Holy Flame Totem? Holy Flame Totem. Clarity can stay here. We can link something to Holy Flame Totem if we want like a bit of extra damage. We can buy another added fire damage gem here. So let's do that. Added fire. You wouldn't have to do this, but this is just really, really maximizing our damage. Okay. At this point, we can sell this and probably this. This is good, though. I'll sell these gloves. We're not going to use them. Oh, I am going to take these gloves off for a second and use an essence on them. Just to get some slightly better gear. And at this point, this is a cold resist check. We are actually at very good cold resistance right now, so we're fine. We go into Mervale's Caverns. If you didn't have cold resist at this point, you would go to your hideout and craft some cold resist on your gear. Although it costs an orb of transmutation to do that, and I don't have any. But that's okay, because we have plenty of cold resist right now. So, now, I actually forgot to put Absolution on the bar, didn't I? Absolution. Oh, it defaulted to middle click. Okay. So, Absolution is going to be our main skill now. We're still going to use Smite. You don't actually need to use Holy Flame Totem at all anymore, but you can. I'm going to put Smite here. Okay, so the idea now, and let's get some zombies too, is Absolution is a little like lightning spell. It like strikes the ground with lightning, and if it kills something, it summons a minion called the Sentinel of Absolution. And those minions also cast a lightning spell. You can have 3 of them. When you hit a boss with this lightning spell, it has a chance to summon one of those minions. So you are fine against bosses. And this skill is incredible for leveling. So it's going to carry us for a while. In fact, Absolution Guardian is one of the better builds in the game. If you start leveling this and you decide that you like Absolution a lot and you just want to play Absolution, you absolutely can. Just go look up an Absolution guide and play that instead. You absolutely can. It's a very good build. I don't have an Absolution guide. This is a Dominating Blow guide, but Absolution is going to carry us until we have Dominating Blow. This is likely the wrong way. Oh, something else that I'm forgetting to do is once you have your Absolution minions summoned, you should weave in a Smite once in a while. And I cast Holy Relic instead of Smite there because I moved my buttons around. So, Absolution, Smite. Because remember, the Smite gives a lightning damage aura. And it affects our Absolution minions. It affects all of our minions. So, like, cast a couple casts of Absolution and then Smite, just to make sure that buff stays active. And I think the right way is down to the left here. Absolution. And I'm hitting the wrong button because I'm used to a different key binding. That's okay. I just gotta remember. W is Smite. I keep resummoning my Holy Relic by accident. I'm actually going to move... Oh, we just got a Diamond Shrine right before Mervale, so I'm going to speed up here. Diamond Shrine is guaranteed crits, although it doesn't really matter. Oh, this is Mervale anyway. Okay, it's fine. This is some minion damage on Retribution. I'm going to move my Holy Relic up here so that I don't keep accidentally casting it. There's no reason to recast Holy Relic unless it dies. Yeah, as you can see, you just summon your Absolution minions and then they kind of do everything for you. The combination of Absolution and Phantasm is just incredible. Phantasm was buffed in 3.19, and I am surprised it didn't get very much attention. I think it's just one of the best support gems in the game right now for leveling. For late game, there might be some use to it. There's always Soul Rest, which is a decent build based on Phantasms. I don't really like Soul Rest builds. I've tried them. But I think there's probably some potential for some other sort of Phantasm build. I don't know. So we're coming up on Mervale. This is the first act boss of the game. And she does a ton of cold damage, but we have 67 cold resist. So we will be okay. Put a Holy Flame Totem down. Absolution like 3 or 4 times, then Smite. Just sort of repeat Absolution 3 or 4 times, Smite. Where'd she go? She does teleport around. She's kind of annoying. But you might notice that we're not even taking damage in this fight, and this is notorious as being a pretty hard fight this early in the game. We just have too many minions. She can't hit us. Like, we already have something like 15 minions when they're all active. She can kill them pretty quickly when she does that, though. Most of our zombies died, but that's okay. They're not really there for damage at this point. They are mainly there to be meat sponges. And that's Mervale.
A woman corrupted beyond humanity. I must cure this plague.
And we keep moving. We can identify any of the stuff we picked up. That is decent. Can't use it yet, but it's decent.
I pray that I'm not too
This flask we can put here. Throw out the old flask. And keep moving. So, if you want, you can stop and resummon your zombies here, just because there isn't really anything that's going to kill them for a while. Yeah, we are in Act 2 now. Just moving along. And when you first reach the Act 2 town, there's not really anything to do. So we are just going to exit right. And there is a little side zone in the old fields that you want to do called the Den, but we're going to walk past it first. This unique enemy here, he's not really dangerous, but he's really tanky, so he's not really worth your time. Just follow the road in this zone. Eventually you will get to the crossroads. Put a portal down here. We're going to come back to it. You might notice there's a bit of a ramp up in every zone because we need to summon our Absolution minions. Our own Absolution spell doesn't really do that much damage. It's the minions that deal the damage. But once you have your minions summoned, it's very, very, very smooth. Anyway, grab the waypoint, go back to town, and we're going to take the portal that we just put down. This is a pretty minor time save. You don't have to do this. And we're looking for the Den, which is almost always near that exit. And the reason for this is that we are going to get a Quicksilver Flask in the Den. Well, we're going to kill a bear, and then we're going to be rewarded with a Quicksilver Flask. If you already have 2 or 3 Quicksilver Flasks, if you got really lucky while leveling, you can skip the den. Don't worry about it. If you already have two Quicksilver Flasks, just skip it.
Your trust is the only reward I need, my Lord of Light.
I think it's this way. Yep. And that's the Great White Beast dead. And you can just exit the character select to go back to town. You can portal out or log out. Either way is fine. Talk to Yina.
The one.
Grab the Quicksilver Flask. Make sure you grab the right reward there. Identify the Quicksilver Flask. Immune to freeze. That is a great one. We can get rid of the small mana flask. We're never going to use it anymore. We can use this scepter instead of the one that we have. Move our clarity gem over here, maybe. And
I return.
kind of want to use an essence on this helmet. It's okay. Fire, Holy Flame Totem. I still kind of want that though. Actually, what we can do here is go back to Act 1 and grab another Summon Phantasm gem, because Summon Phantasm only costs a Scroll of Wisdom, and having 2 of them is better than having 1 of them. So, Phantasm.
God hasn't.
And you might have noticed by now that the Phantasms are kind of incredible. So Act 2, and we go back to the Crossroads. At this point, you can go this way through these 2 intelligence nodes, or you can go up through the minion life nodes. I'm going to go through the minion life nodes. Doesn't really matter which way you go. This is a blue pack, so I'm going to stop and kill it. There's also just decent monster density here. Also, I turned off my clarity because I moved it. Blue Sapphire Ring is a good pickup. +4 evasion is a pretty garbage roll though. And it's a lower resist. It's actually worse than the white Sapphire Rings that we have. This is a Mana Flask upgrade, so we're going to use it. Okay, Chamber of Sins level 1. We are just trying to sort of get to the middle of this zone. I'm actually not sure why I grabbed that Summon Phantasm for the Holy Flame Totem, because we don't even need to use Holy Flame Totem anymore at this point. It's still decent. Anyway, here's another essence. Make sure you do these while you're leveling up, because you can see that we kill them very quickly, so that's easy. That's a flask upgrade. Whetstones are worth grabbing. We're low on wisdoms right now. In fact, we have no wisdoms. So we're trying to get to the middle of this circle in this zone, so just kind of try to stay close to it until you get to it. This is the wrong way. Here we are. Use this wisdom to identify the flask. That's pretty good. Throw out the old flask. Okay, in this zone, just grab the waypoint, and then the correct way, the waypoint always points at it in this zone. So just go this way, and here's level 2. And in level 2, there is another Labyrinth trial. And if you're ever wondering if you maybe forgot a trial, also, always talk to Einhar when you find him in Act 2. He does decent damage. He actually deals decent damage, and he will help you clear faster. This is a red beast. Normally I would say skip these, but we're actually very strong right now, so it's fine to just stop and capture it. Like, that didn't take much time at all. And if you get to endgame and you already have a bunch of red beasts captured, then you are pretty well set for some early crafting. So anyway, we're looking for a lab trial in here. I was going to mention a trick if you ever are not sure if you missed a lab trial. There is 1 lab trial in Act 1, 2 in Act 2, 3 in Act 3. It's the same number as the number of the act. But that only applies to Act 1, 2, and 3. Again, you don't have to stop to kill the yellow enemy, but you can. Touch the plaque and keep moving. Now, we're just looking for the end of this zone, which always has like a long, narrow hallway before it. Not this hallway. This is like a bridge. Oh, there are 4 yellow beasts right together, so I'm going to go over here and capture these. Because that only took like 5 seconds, and we just captured 4 beasts. Talk to Einhar, unlock the menagerie. Eventually you're going to start being careful about leveling up Clarity and Vitality because they start costing too much mana. You don't even have to use Clarity. Clarity is just so that you don't have to use a Mana Flask, and I don't like using Mana Flasks, so I prefer to use Clarity. You can see that our damage right now is kind of out of control. And here's the long hallway I was talking about. So if you find this before finding the lab trial, you have to go back and do the lab trial first. Or you can do this and then portal out and come back in and do the lab trial. Either way. Like, let's grab this minion regen. This also gives us regen. It gives 1% per second regen, which is pretty decent. It's also just a big chunk of minion life, which will help our zombies stay alive. This is Fidelitas. This is a lightning resist check on hardcore normally, but we have so much damage that it doesn't really matter. We're not at any risk of dying to him. Grab this. You have to pick up the Baleful Gem. And then we have enough portals. We can just go to town here. And since we picked up the Baleful Gem, talk to Groost. He gives us Herald of Purity. This is a big, big damage spike. But we need to find somewhere to put it. I think it's time to get rid of Holy Flame Totem. Yeah. So added fire damage is going to make Herald of Purity cost too much. So let's get rid of Holy Flame Totem. It's gone. Goodbye, Holy Flame Totem. We're going to use Herald of Purity instead. We can use Summon Phantasm on it. It might make it cost too much mana. We'll see. Actually, we can use this helmet now instead, I think. It's a little bit better.
Troubles you bring now.
Sell the sort of junk items that we have. We have some wisdoms now. Actually, this I would rather have this mana regen amulet than this health regen amulet. Oh, and we can sell those whetstones and armor scrap for a bunch of wisdom scrolls. Now we have a pretty healthy amount of wisdom scrolls. I'm lagging a bit. Okay. Now, we're going to go over here, back to the crossroads, and we are going to go kill Creighton. Turn on Herald of Purity. We are decent on mana right now. So Herald of Purity functions similar to Absolution, where it summons minions when we kill things. But it summons minions when we kill things with any skill, not just with Absolution. So they synergize pretty well together. And since we removed Holy Flame Totem, we just have less buttons to press. So that feels pretty good. And if you find that this costs too much mana, we have that Summon Phantasm linked to Herald of Purity, which you can just remove, and then we get a bit more mana. It's fine either way. At this point, though, you might want to stop leveling up your Clarity Gem or your Vitality Gem just for a bit. You can start leveling them again later. So we go down here, talk to Creighton, kill Creighton. That Topaz Ring would have been nice before Fidelitas, but he didn't even hit us, so it didn't matter. Creighton's a little bit annoying. He teleports around a lot. And it's kind of up to your minions to actually focus the correct target here. He's actually probably the most annoying bandit for this build. And he's still pretty easy. So we're done here. Exit to character select. Log back in. And go to the crossroads again. And now we go down. we are going to the crypt. Again, make sure you're weaving smite swings in between your Absolution casts. It's a big lightning damage aura. Makes your damage a lot better. And yeah, at this point you can kind of just cast Absolution once or twice, use smite, keep moving. Your minions will clear pretty much everything on the way. In this zone, you can just follow the road until you get to the crypt, which is in here. And we can grab some minion damage too. Right here, minion damage, or minion attack and cast speed.
Faith fallen to desecration.
We're about to get a really nice quality of life point on our next skill point. So in here, there's a lab trial, and nothing else. There's no other reason to come here, it's just a lab trial. In 3.19 and earlier versions of the game, there's a quest that rewards a unique jewel, but they're removing that, so there is really no reason to come in here. Well, other than the lab trial. These spinning blade traps do a lot of damage if you stand in them for too long, so don't stand in them. Hit the plaque, and then exit the character select, log back in. And we're done on the east side of Act 2 now. So now we go left. And in this zone, you're just going to follow the road for a bit. It would actually help if I stopped and bought Leap Slam at some point, but it looks like we're okay. Grab the waypoint, and then once you grab the waypoint in this zone, head up to the left, and you should find the wetlands. Yep, here's the wetlands. Sometimes there's gaps in this zone that Frostblink sometimes can't get across because they're too long, and you have to walk all the way across them, or all the way around them. So we're doing two things in this zone. We're killing Oak, and we are finding the waypoint. Ideally, we want to kill Oak first, because otherwise we'll be backtracking. But it doesn't really matter. Sentinel, which is going away with the change to monster mods, gives them a lot of block chance. That's why these things are really tanky. They have a ton of block chance right now. It's something like 70% block chance. It's pretty insane. But this is a pretty good leveling zone. If you're under leveled and you want to stop and level here, you can. But here's Oak. We're going to kill Oak. And you're going to notice that we kill him pretty quickly. Generally speaking. He's also leap slamming around a lot, which is kind of annoying. Because otherwise we'd be killing him faster. Also, we're getting unlucky and not summoning Absolution. Okay, here. Now he should die quickly. Because now we actually have Absolution minions. It just wasn't summoning the minions we were getting unlucky. But now he's just melting. Some builds, like, cannot kill Oak this early. They struggle to kill him. He regens too fast. But we have no such issues. So now we go up here. The waypoint is always somewhere up to the left in this zone. This is a mana flask upgrade. We don't really need a mana flask at this point because of clarity. So grab the waypoint back to the riverways. Grab this. This makes increases and reductions to minion attack speed also affect you. So now our smite is a little bit faster. And it will keep getting faster as we keep getting more minion attack speed. And at this point, just follow the road. So here's a gap. Frostblink should be able to cross this. Yep. I like having Leap Slam normally by this point in the game. It costs a transmute. Can I go back and buy it? I can go back and buy it. Frostblink. We're coming up on a sort of weird skill point where you do a quest in Act 2 and you have to go back to Act 1 to get the skill point reward. This is a long riverways. So that's when I'm going to buy Leap Slam. This Shrine's a waste of time because the zone is right here. So in the Western Forest, the first thing you're looking for is the waypoint, which is always along the road somewhere, and it's going to tell you everything about the zone. So the waypoint is on the left side of the road, which means that the Weaver is somewhere on the right, Alira is somewhere on the left, and the Act 1 skill point, which is for killing Captain Arteri, is down here. So we go down here first. You can kind of do this in any order, but this is the order I like to do it in. Again, always pick up transmutes while leveling. They are the most important item to pick up. Kill Captain Arteri. Pick up the Thaumatic Emblem. And then activate the seal. And I said Alira is on the left because the waypoint is on the left, which means we're going to hug the left wall for a bit until we find her. And again, you don't have to do this in this order, but this is the order that I like to do it, because this gives us 2 skill points earlier. So here's Alira. And we're going to kill Alira. There is no helping them and respecking on this build, just kill all of them. She does cast Detonate Dead, be a little bit careful around that if you're on hardcore. And that's Alira dead. So at this point I'm going to go back to town. We're going to get 2 skill points from Aramir. And then we're going to go to Act 1. And we're going to get a skill point here from Vestal. That was for the Thaumatic Seal that we just opened. And then we're going to talk to Nessa and we're going to buy Leap Slam.
God hasn't abandoned us.
And I could put Leap Slam. Don't really need the Ancestral Call. I can just put it here, actually. This is fine. What I'm going to do is move this, so Leap Slam will go here, Frostblink will go here, and then Smite can go here. Make sure Leap Slam doesn't always attack without moving, and we have 3 skill points to spend, so grab this minion damage. You can grab minion accuracy here if you want. It doesn't affect Absolution, but it affects your other minions. I'm just going to go up this way and grab this life node. We're heading towards the mana reservation nodes at this point. So back to Act 2, back to the Western Forest. And we go directly across from where the waypoint is to find the Weaver's Nest. What you're looking for here, after I kill these enemies, is these trees have spider webs on them. That means that the Weaver's Nest is nearby. If you start going in one direction and the trees don't have spider webs on them anymore, like this, you're going the wrong way. It means the Weaver's Nest is up here somewhere. One nice thing about Leap Slam and Frostblink together is that you can cancel the ending of Leap Slam into Frostblink. So you can do like Leap Slam, Oh, that was bad because I hit a wall. Leap Slam, Frostblink. And you can change direction too by doing that. Leap Slam has a bit of like landing recovery on it. So canceling it into Frostblink makes it slightly faster overall. That's a flask upgrade. Most of these are not upgrades. Removes curses on use. That is fantastic. Although, not a whole lot of curses at this point of the game, but it's fine. So we got pretty lucky looking for the Weaver in here. This place is just a maze. Just keep going until you find the Weaver. When you're fighting the Weaver, stand close to her. She does actually less damage if you stand close to her. And you can see we are just shredding her. Oops. Now I gotta get used to the key bindings that I changed. Pick up Malagar's Spike, the rest of the stuff doesn't matter. And relog to go back to town. Or portal, either way. Oh, should have portal, because I'm in the Act 1 town, because it puts you in the last town that you are in. That's okay. So, go talk to Silk. He will give you some gems. That none of these are that interesting to us, actually. We can grab melee physical. It's okay for Herald of Purity, but we're not going to use it. What we're going to do is buy faster attacks. It costs an alteration. We have 6 alterations. We're going to buy Culling Strike. Can't use them yet because we have no dex. So what I'm actually going to do, instead of going directly this way, is I'm going to grab these points here. That'll give us 20 dex. And some just faster attack speed and cast speed. Because I do want to use that faster attacks gem and that Culling Strike gem. So now we're just going to the end of Act 2. The rest of Act 2 is just a lot of walking, and I hate it. So I will try to fill the empty void with things to talk about. If you try to come into this zone, like if you try to poison the tree roots and it doesn't work, you are either missing the Weaver, or you haven't talked to Silk after killing the Weaver. This zone is not too dangerous. These things can do some chaos damage, I think, but they don't really do much damage. There is a certain enemy in here called, I think, Undead Val General. These things. Undead Val Commander. They are pretty dangerous, so be careful around them. This is also just a big maze. At the end of Act 2 sucks. It's horrible. It's like several big mazes in a row with no quests, no rewards, no gems, no skill points, nothing. It's just a whole bunch of maze zones in a row. If there's one thing I want changed about leveling, it is this. It is the end of Act 2. But luckily, well, I keep frostblinking the wrong way because I moved my buttons around and it's on a different button now. Luckily, we are pretty strong right now, so it doesn't feel too bad going through these zones. At least they're really long zones with annoying layouts. They don't really have reliable ways of navigating them, and there's just nothing. If you try to click on that seal and it doesn't work, it's because you haven't dealt with the 3 bandits. Make sure you've either killed all 3 bandits or helped one of them, and then talk to Aramir in town. But and make sure you take the Apex, either from Aramir or take the Apex from the bandit that you helped. In this build, we kill all 3 bandits, so it means you need to kill all 3 of them, and then talk to Aramir, and he will give you an item called the Apex, which is right here. And that will let you break the seal. This zone is pretty much a straight line. There's still nothing to do here other than run a straight line. There is a side zone here called the Dread Thicket. It is a complete waste of time. Do not bother doing it. However, if you are very fast on League Start, there is a league-wide toast notification for the first person to kill all monsters in the Dread Thicket. Because they know that it's a waste of time. And they just do that just to say this is the first person who wasted their time. I'm not leveling up Clarity yet, because like I said, we are getting starved for mana at this point. Grab this, and now we have enough Dexterity to use faster attacks and Culling Strike. So I'm going to put... How should I do this? Culling Strike on the zombies, that's fine. And I want Leap Slam linked to faster attacks. I don't really care about the Ancestral Call anymore. It's still decent. But let's put faster attacks here, and now... We won't have Ancestral Call on Smite, but that doesn't really matter. What we will have is a faster Leap Slam and a faster Smite. And our zombies now have Culling Strike. Culling Strike can be linked to anything. It doesn't matter what you link it to, as long as it's something. It's straight up like 11% more damage to your whole build. No matter what build you're playing. Unless you are a Slayer that has built-in 20% call. Again, just another really long zone with nothing in it. So just keep moving. This is why I really wanted faster attacks Leap Slam. This is our first movement speed craft. If we have an open prefix on our boots, we do, we can go craft movement speed. So we're going to do that. Travel to hideout. And craft movement speed. Movement speed. Do not have currency. Cost 3 augmentations. I am really surprised I have not picked up augmentations. Okay, never mind. I also just lost my zombies because my zombies were in my boots when I unequipped them. Okay, that's really surprising that I don't have 3 augmentations. I hope I didn't actually leave some on the ground and not think about it. For some reason I thought that craft cost a transmute. This is a dead end. Anytime you see these little T-shaped bridges in this zone, it's a dead end. This is also a dead end, most likely. Yep. I don't think it's over here because we would have seen the door by now. There it is. And the Ancient Pyramid, the final maze zone of Act 2. And they couldn't just leave it at that, at it being the last of these maze zones. It has to be a maze zone with like 5 levels. So we are just looking for stairs. And there's an essence over there. Oh, that's on a different floor. Here's the first set of stairs. Jeweler's orb. Oh, right, our zombies. I completely forgot to resummon the zombies. Which means we are missing Culling Strike until they're resummoned. Again, essences always do these. Okay, here's the next set of stairs. I'm pretty healthy on wisdoms now, that's why I didn't backtrack for that one. We're still looking for more stairs. Because Act 2 is wonderful. And Pyramid Apex. So this boss takes a while to spawn, so you can click on this altar, you can go grab this crafting recipe, you can level up your gems if you have any to level up, you can grab a skill point. And he still hasn't spawned. The only thing to really know about this boss is that when it winds up a really big slam, don't stand in it. Other than that, you'll be fine. There is some cold damage here that can be kind of scary. I think it's cold. It might be lightning. It shoots a laser. I think it's cold damage because I think it chills you. Oh, that's the slam. It can be kind of hard to see it when he's covered in minions. And the minions are all glowing. Oh, it is lightning. It shocks. Okay. So yeah, that laser's a little bit scary. Try not to get hit by it too many times. Just keep moving. Just barely missed that phase on him. Because almost had him down to culling strike health. And that's it. That's Act 2. Pick up this amulet, the scepter, maybe this axe.
Back where you belong, nightmare. The faithful need not fear you.
And now we are in Act 3. We can identify the stuff that we picked up.
Birthplace of the Templar.
This amulet is kind of the most likely thing to be interesting.
Right.
Although, I don't really want to lose that mana regen that I have on my amulet. This is pretty nice. The scepter? Our current scepter has cast speed on it though, and intelligence. This is more intelligence. Yeah, that scepter's an upgrade. For your weapon choice while you're leveling, doesn't really matter until later. For now, just make sure you're using something that you can use Leap Slam with, which is sword, axe, staff, scepter, or mace. So you gotta kill these guards, and then make sure you talk to Clarissa. If you don't talk to her here, you won't be able to do the next quest. Okay, so this is the Act 3 town. We are not going to go into the town proper yet, like where all these NPCs are. We're just going to head straight up and out that door. I want to use the scepter. I'm going to move Frostblink over here, move Clarity into the scepter, equip it. We lose some cast speed, but the other stats that we gain are worth it. Again, you don't have to stop to kill yellow enemies, rare enemies, but we kill them pretty fast, so it's fine. This sewer grating is good to find. We don't need it right now, but we'll come back to it. It looks like up and to the left is the right way here. Nope. Maybe it has to be this way. We are looking for the crematorium. You might notice that we move around pretty fast now with Leap Slam. That's because we linked faster attacks to it. Here's the crematorium. Level up our Absolution gem, and spend a skill point, waypoint. And there is a Labyrinth trial in this zone. The first in Act 3. The first of 3 in Act 3. That's a unique enemy that we don't need to kill for anything. You can just leap slam through doors, you don't need to open them. Don't ask me the physics of how that works. I cannot help you with that. So here's piety. We didn't find the lab trial yet, but we'll go back and get it. Grab the crafting recipe. Don't stand in piety's ball lightning. It does a lot of damage. Again, make sure you're weaving smites in between your spell casts. And you only have to get her down to half health, and then she runs away.
Enough of this.
And then you have to click on this machine here. Pick up Tolman's bracelet. The lab trial's over there. We can see it already, so let's go back towards it. Normally I would do the lab trial first. I just happened to find piety first in here. Piety's always in this like big square room like that. And piety is part of like the main quest line. You do have to fight her there. So in here, there's fire damage on the ground. It does quite a lot of damage. If you have good fire resist, you can just walk over it. You might have noticed, though, that I leap slammed over it and stopped taking damage. That is because leap slam has a hidden property called flying. And all flying means is immune to ground effects. So there's the portal. So now we can use a portal scroll to go back to town. And now we're in the town proper. Going to talk to Clarissa, tell her the bad news, grab the keys, and at this point you can buy some stuff from her if you want. Let me check my notes real quick. We buy Dread Banner and Convocation. So let's buy Convocation and Dread Banner. And I think you can buy Determination here. Yep, you can buy Determination. And that's really it that we need. You can buy Purity of Elements if you want, but that is our last orb of alteration, which is fine. We'll do that. Sell items, sell the junk that we have in our inventory that we don't need anymore. This flask too can go, this ring can go, this whetstone can go. I'll hold on to that for now, I guess. Okay. I could have sold that amulet too. Talk to Maramoa, she will give you vulnerability for free.
General, why are you still
I want to sell that amulet.
Bring me back something nice, huh?
Okay. And now that we have the keys from Clarissa, we head back out to the slums. Can't use any of these auras yet. They take one more level to use them. The ones that we're really interested in right now are Convocation, maybe Purity of Elements. Dread Banner is good, but it's mainly used for physical damage, and we're not mainly dealing physical damage right now. We're mainly dealing lightning. But Dread Banner will be very, very good later on. Very, 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 very good. So in the sewers, there are 3 platinum busts that you want to pick up. One of them is always before the waypoint, and it's usually always sort of on the bottom left like this. Not here, apparently. Looks like it's right here. Make sure you grab the waypoint in here. You will have to come back here later. I've missed the waypoint in here before and it's a disaster. Here's another platinum bust. When you see this like T shape here, if you see this while you're going through here, it means go left. There is never a platinum bust to the right of it. If you didn't see that T-shape there, you would check right first, because the Platinum Bust could be over there. We also just got a huge buff by getting level 24, and we can use Convocation now. And I'll show you why as soon as we get out of this zone. You might notice that our minions are falling behind us pretty frequently, and then they kind of stop dealing damage because they're just not keeping up with us. We're about to fix that. Okay, first things first, level up gems. We can level up clarity now, we have enough mana. I can kill these things that are around us. Okay. Now, we want Convocation. This has to go in a blue socket. We can just get rid of this Phantasm that's on Herald of Purity. It's actually going to free up some mana too. Put Convocation here. And you want to bind Convocation to left click, because it's an instant cast spell, which means that it can cast while you are moving. You see it's on cooldown, and it casts while I'm moving, just while I'm holding left click. And what Convocation does is it summons all of your permanent minions to you. It forces them to catch up to you. Like, the skill doesn't say that it deals any damage, but in reality, it deals a lot of damage, because it makes your minions actually stay with you and deal damage. Okay, in this zone, we're grabbing the waypoint. Skip these statue enemies. They're pretty dangerous and not worth it, not worth killing. Go into the catacombs. There is a lab trial in the catacombs. There's nothing else in the catacombs. Grab this point. Get some chaos resist.
Wipe the filth from this house of God.
What other open slots do I have? I have a red. I could use Dread Banner. It won't do much right now, though. So the lab trial is up here where the book is. So this is the Roomba trial. These Roombas hurt. You can leap slam across this gap. You can leap slam across this gap. It's harder to leap slam back across it. Don't stand in the Roombas. They hurt a lot. Grab this and return to town. And now that we're in town, talk to Hargan to turn in our platinum busts and get a skill point. And at this point, you can grab the Vitality 100% reservation efficiency, and it's going to free up a lot of mana. Like, a lot. Now we go back to the marketplace. See how much extra mana we have now? And because of that mana, we can start using Dread Banner. The Dread Banner can go here. In fact, I'm going to put zombies here and Dread Banner here because this is how I normally set this up. So, Dread Banner gives a chance to impale to us and our minions. And impale is a weird mechanic where it makes subsequent hits after the first one do extra damage based on the damage of the first hit. It only works on physical damage, so it's only affecting our zombies right now. It's not affecting anything else. I guess, and our smite, because that does some physical damage. But it's not really that useful yet. It's a decent amount of extra damage, but like not too significant. Absolution is the bulk of our damage right now. So you can see our minions just cross that gap instantly because of Convocation. Very, very good gem. In this zone, you are just hugging the left side until you find the waypoint. And then grab the ribbon spool. And just keep moving, and then go into the docks. If you are below level 24, like if you're level 23 or lower, don't do the docks yet. Head up to the Solaris Temple first. But once you're around level 24, you can go into the docks, and this zone is worth full clearing. Not like full clearing, but like mostly clearing, because there are a ton of magic packs here. Excuse me. And magic packs give more experience. And if you just speedrun through every zone and like never kill anything, you will end up underleveled. Not really on this build because the minions clear so much kind of automatically while you're moving. But on a lot of builds, you end up underleveled if you never stop to clear something. And at this point of the game, this zone is so much better than every other zone for experience that you might as well stop and clear it. Because if you have to stop later on to clear a zone, you're going to say, oh, I should have stopped at the docks because it would have been better. That's our first 4-link in the completely wrong colors, and it's a base that is completely useless to us. I think that was a flask upgrade, actually. Giant? Yeah, that was an upgrade. Oh well. The 4-link colors that we want for now are 3 red and a blue. Later on it will be 3 red and a green. 4 red is also fine. But for now, 3 red and a blue is the best. 3 red and a green will be the best later. Four blue is also useful if you find that. You can kind of put all of your utility minions in it, your zombies, your holy relic. That's a lot of fire damage on the ground. All of my zombies died to that fire damage that was on the ground. Just gonna stop and resummon them, grab the waypoint. You don't need to talk to Fairgraves. He is just for a quest that gives you a garbage ring as a reward. It's a completely pointless quest. Some neat lore in that quest, if you're interested in the lore. I actually like the lore of this game quite a bit. So here's a quest item that we actually... This is the actual reason we came to this zone, was to pick up the Thaumatic Sulfite. That is a mandatory quest item. But like I said, this zone is worth clearing, so we're just going to clear it. Although the amount of flame walkers in this zone right now is getting really annoying because they keep killing my zombies. I don't really like stopping to resummon zombies this often. Anyway, so we basically full cleared the docks, and there could be another side path off to the side here. And then you just walk back out the way you came in. You don't bother going to town, you just walk back out. We can start grabbing some aura nodes. These walls, you can leap slam up them. Even when you see like a really tall wall here, you can leap slam up it. But you can't leap slam over these tiny, what are these called? Pavises, I think. These ribbon enemies are really squishy and give like the same experience as other enemies. So they're kind of worth killing while you move past them. So this is the Solaris Temple. It's pretty inconsistent on the layout. Just kind of walk through it, and if you come to a dead end, then pick a different direction. Like here's a dead end. Coming up on a point where we're going to have to stop leveling clarity again, but that's okay because it's actually enough regen that it's basically keeping us full mana all the time. Grab the waypoint, keep moving. Again, strong boxes, pretty much always open them. I think I've skipped a few without thinking. You might notice that I'm not picking up any staves, because we're not going to switch to staff this early. There are 2 unique enemies in here. They're worth killing because they are ribbon enemies and very, very squishy. They die very fast. This is a diamond shrine, which means the enemies around it always crit until you click on it. The crit doesn't really do anything for us, but you want to make sure the enemies don't have the crit buff. So Solaris Temple level 2. Oh, we get some mana reservation here. This zone, you kind of want to hug bottom left first. Sometimes you can go right and end up in like a really big dead end. And sometimes if you go left first, you are fine. Four link in the wrong colors. Not really chromable either because it's a green base. And as you have probably noticed, we are doing just fine on a 3 link. So I'm not too concerned about finding a 4 link yet. Okay, grab the waypoint, talk to Diala, take the Jade Amulet, which I forgot to grab. Take the Jade Amulet. There is a crafting recipe over here. It's for fire damage. It's pretty useless. I guess if you're playing like Explosive Arrow, then it would be useful to you. Actually, no, Explosive Arrow doesn't want fire damage on their gear. I don't know what that's useful for then. Anyway, so now we go back to the sewers. Identify the amulet that Diala gave us. And it's whatever, but it's better than 30% mana regen. And the reason we grabbed the Jade Amulet is because it gives dexterity, which is the stat that we get the least of on our tree. Pretty much all the time when I'm leveling a character, I will just take whichever amulet she gives that I get the least of on the tree. Because that will help us use our gems and our gear. Like that 4 link that dropped back there, the one that was green and blue that we didn't want. Even if we did want it, we probably couldn't have used it at the time because of the dex requirement. So in this zone, we're about to come up on a pretty tough boss. Probably the toughest mini-boss in the campaign. His name is General Gravicius. And he has a ton of fire damage. He's going to kill all of our zombies very, very, very quickly. And he curses us with flammability. But we have to kill him. Not every build has to kill him. We have to kill him. So, just keep moving. Try to dodge the firestorm. Okay, Gravicius is dead. We're actually going to go to town real quick here. Portal. Because the reward for killing Gravicius is Dominating Blow.
Go with courage.
And also, I'm going to buy a couple weapon swap pieces here. So let's buy any 3 sockets. None of these are the colors that I want. We can do these. These are 2 sockets, but that's fine. So we're going to equip these in our weapon swap, just so we can start leveling some gems. Purity of Elements, Determination. Vulnerability we can actually use if we have room for it, but we don't. I would start leveling Dominating Blow, but I need 1 more level to actually put it in a slot. So we'll save that for now. And go back to the Ebony Barracks. Okay, and since Gravicius killed all of our zombies, we're going to have to resummon them. That is one of the last times that we'll have to resummon zombies for a while. The next one is probably on Dominus. Ooh, that's a scary pack. Oh, Acceleration Shrine. Okay, so in this zone, the Lunaris Temple level 1, you're going to follow the red carpet at the start of the zone until it splits. And it splits sort of in this room with whatever these bench things are called. Benches. And you're going to follow the carpet where it turns. And then in this room, there's a scary boss or mini-boss named Cole. He's a clone of Brutus from Act 1. Does all the exact same things. We're just going to run past him. The thing that makes him scary, because Brutus by himself would not be that scary right now, is that there are also enemies in that room that curse you. And I have lost a character, a hardcore character, in that room to Cole using his chain hook on me, and then during the chain hook, I got cursed with vulnerability, and Cole one-shot me. So grab the waypoint, go down to level 2, spend our skill point,
And so
and level up our gems.
the damnation incarnate.
We actually have a pretty decent chunk of extra mana. We might be able to fit Purity of Elements in. Okay, so in this zone, you are looking for stairs that go up. On the first island, you have to go down the stairs on either direction because that's the only way to go. After that, you're only looking for stairs that go up. These stairs go up, this is the right way. And now we're looking for more stairs that go up. And you just keep doing that until you get to the top. These enemies that shoot rapid fire needles are pretty dangerous. They're not too dangerous to us because we have a lot of minions to block the damage. Again, stairs go up, so it's the right way. I think it's probably to the left over there. Because, yeah, it has to be, actually. That's a dead end. You do the campaign enough times, you start getting a feel for it. And you get to the top here, and the direction with one cart is the right way. It's always the direction with less carts. In Act 3, one side has one cart and one side has two carts. So it's the side with one cart. And then in Act 7, one side will have one cart and one side will have 0 carts. So in Act 7, it's the side with 0 carts. But then once you get past that initial turn into this area, the rest of it is kind of a guess. You're just looking for like a really big door here, and that will tell you that you're going the right way. So this is a dead end, but it looks like it might be up there. Nope. Sometimes you can leap slime across these. Here's the big door. We're coming up on a boss, and we're close to a level, so it's kind of worth stopping to kill some enemies. And this is a relatively difficult boss, too. There's always a blue pack right here, so this should get us our level. Hopefully. Just barely doesn't. I'm gonna go kill a few more enemies. Okay. Oh, also, we want to start leveling Dominating Blow. Let's put this in a weapon swap, make sure we turn our auras back on. And we can spend our skill point. It doesn't really do anything here. So this is the real fight with Piety. She's a little bit scary. She does all elemental damage, lightning, fire, cold. She teleports around really annoyingly. Like, there's no warning to her teleport, and there isn't really an indication of which direction she went in, which is really annoying. Like, I don't know where she is now. I only realized where she was because she shot a lightning bolt over here. It's kind of the same as the first fight. Like, don't stand in the ball lightning. It does a lot of damage. She sometimes transforms into either like a cold archer or like a fire damage berserker. The Cold Archer is the scariest version of her. So if she does that, which she hasn't transformed at all yet. There's the Cold Archer. Don't stand close to her because she can shotgun you with her multi-shot. Or split arrow, whatever it's called. Like, she actually killed like all of my minions with that. Because of how much damage it does. And she's dead. And now she's a zombie, because I needed to summon a zombie.
Rest while you can, mistress of suffering. Judgment.
Actually, no, I cast her on spell. I don't even know if you can raise her as a zombie. It doesn't look like it. There's no corpse. Okay. We can pick up this axe. This could be usable. Okay, identify. This is a pretty good amulet. Can we still use our gems? Yes. Okay. We can grab a skill point from Grigor.
You piety. Now you must leave.
And then sell the junk that's in our inventory.
Be careful.
I have not found a single belt yet. That's crazy. Okay, at this point, we're going to go down here. We're going to start grabbing some minion damage nodes. You might have noticed that our damage in that fight was a little bit lacking. It's starting to fall off a little bit. But that's also because she just kills minions pretty quickly. Go over here to the Imperial Gardens. There's a lab trial in this zone. There's also the library. You do not need to do the library on this build. There's no reason for it. There are only 2 gems that we would buy in the library if we did it, and we don't need those gems for anything, really. One gem that I could have bought in town that I forgot was Raised Spectre, and I might go back for that before the end of the act, because you kind of want to start leveling Raised Spectre pretty early so that it doesn't get out leveled later on. So this is probably the wrong way, actually. Well, no, the lab trial is always like at the top left, so this could be the right way. Here it is. We can actually get rid of Frostblink pretty soon, I think. It is useful. But Leaf Slam is getting to the point where it can kind of be our only movement skill, and it will be fine. And getting rid of Frostblink will free up a blue gem slot for us, which would be helpful. We could put Purity of Elements in there. Because I think our resists are... they're not great. Cold is pretty good, the rest of them are bad. So there are 2 more things in this zone. Like there's the library, which we don't do. There's a quest item called Chitis's Plum. We do not bother with that. It's that Fairgraves quest for a garbage ring. So we are just going to the next zone, which is the Scepter of God. Can I fit... where's Frostblink? Let's get rid of Frostblink. And put Purity of Elements in here. And let's see if I can fit all of this and use them all. I can't. Where is... oh, Dread Banner. I can turn that off. We're not using Dread Banner for anything, really. This is not great, but it's not that bad either. We only have enough mana to cast Absolution once. But we have enough mana regen that it should be okay. Yeah, it's fine. And now we have Purity of Elements, which means we have decent resist, and we cannot be chilled, frozen, shocked, or ignited. Does it also work on the alternate ailments? It does. So we also cannot be sapped, scorched, or brittle. Not that you will encounter those in the campaign. I don't think they exist in the campaign at all. So in this zone, you are just looking for stairs to climb. There's not... This is like the end of Act 3. It's similar to Act 2, where you're just running to the end of the act. It is not nearly as bad, though. It's not as boring. It's not as long. The layouts are not as bad as Act 2. There is a waypoint over there. We don't need it. And the stairs are over here, so I'm just going to go this way. On League Start, I would grab that waypoint, because if you crash, then you'd have to do the whole zone again. And some League Starts have been very crashy. It hasn't been that bad in a while. But last year, Ultimatum League was just a crash fest at the start. I did some zones in Ultimatum League 7 times. Like the same zone 7 times, because that's how frequently it was crashing. So we are coming up on Dominus, who is... he's sort of like the first big check in the game of like, is your build working? Does your build function? Is it online? Because if not, you'll probably die a lot. If I can find the stairs, there they are. And again, we can grab some minion damage. I think one more floor before Dominus. Oh, nope, Dominus is right here. Oh. Okay, I have to turn off Clarity, I guess. I accidentally leveled up my... Or turn off Vitality. I leveled up my Clarity gem and I don't have enough mana to use my spells. Okay, so turning off Vitality is a bit of an issue. It means our zombies are going to die. But it'll be okay. So these guys are dangerous. Just don't stand too close to them. You'll be okay. Sucks that I had to turn off Vitality. Oh! Okay, like I said, do not stand too close to them. That was really surprising. I wonder why I took so much damage. Oh, I think my fire resist is really bad. It must be. Okay, so before this fight in hardcore, you would stop and check your fire and lightning resist. I don't think there's any cold damage in this fight. But you would absolutely stop and check... you would stop and check your fire and lightning resist The second part of this fight, where he summons these next guys, is actually, ironically, like much easier than the first part. That first part of the fight is the hard part of the fight. The rest of it is easy.
Have you ever seen the true face of God, exile?
Ow. Our lightning resist is a little bit scuffed right now. I think both lightning and fire are really low. Yeah, even with purity of elements on, they're pretty low. So again, in hardcore, honestly, even in softcore, it's worth it. You can go to your hideout, craft some fire resist and some lightning resist real quick before this fight. It'll make it go a lot smoother. Don't get hit by the slam. So that's phase 1. This part, I think, is actually the easiest part of the whole fight. You just stand near him and keep hitting him, and that's it. That's all you do here. Normally he puts up a proximity shield that shields you from the corrupted blood, but he's not doing it for some reason. So this is harder than it's supposed to be. Sometimes he does this, and I don't know why. I don't know what causes this. There's the shield, but it was still fine. So that's Dominus. That was our first death. You don't need to talk to Diala.
May these waters wash away my sins and baptize me anew.
Weird artifacting here. Really weird artifacting. There's always a blue pack at the end of these, like, side paths in the aqueduct. Anyway, so there was a death to Dominus, but I explained how to avoid that. Just make sure you have fire resist and lightning resist before that fight. You just go to your hideout, grab any piece of gear that has an open suffix, craft fire resist on it, and then do the same thing for lightning resist. And each of those crafts cost 1 orb of transmutation, and we have 4 right now, so you should be fine on that. Frostblink we can throw out, we're not going to use it anymore. Burning Ground is a little bit scary. Don't need to kill the big chicken. Burning Ground is annoying, so I'm just going to keep moving. Okay, we're in the Act 4 town now. 1 second, I'm getting some messages. Okay. So in Act 4, just go straight out to the left. And in the Dried Lake, we are looking for Vol.
We must learn not to abuse your creations.
But like I said, despite that death to Dominus, I'm still very confident that this build can be played in hardcore solo self-found because I've done it before. I've played this build to endgame in Gauntlet twice, which is hardcore solo self-found with mods that make the game harder.
You are free now, Vol.
Now we go back to town. Vol's always by the book icon on the map, by the way. Grab some more minion damage. There's nothing in the mines level 1, so we're just moving forward. The bat enemies in here can be a little bit scary. So actually all of the enemies in here can be dangerous. There's a lot of fire damage, and I think the bats do lightning damage. Crafting recipe usually is the right way to go. Tormented Pike Rivet. That's a new one. Turn off Vitality, turn on Purity of Elements. I'm pretty tired right now, but that's okay. Yeah, when you see torments like that in the middle of a big pack, don't just stand in the middle of them like I just did. Don't do that. Always click on the sulfite veins, even if you don't need sulfite, because they can drop the divination card that gives you 10 alterations for free.
Corruption eats away at the roots of this mountain.
We're not switching to Dominating Blow until the end of Act 4. So we're going to keep using Absolution for now. Oh, normally I would be using Determination by now, come to think of it. That is part of why I died to Pike Rivet. That is probably the entire reason why I died to Pike Rivet. But I'm using Purity of Elements because our resistances are really scuffed. So in here, make sure you find Deshret's Spirit before you go forward, because there isn't a waypoint to come back here. So if you miss Deshret's Spirit, then it's a waste of time later on, and that is a skill point. Level up some gems and get some more minion damage. We're coming up on a really nice sort of quality of life node as well.
This land is teetering on the brink of cataclysm.
Trying to be careful not to level up my clarity gem again and brick my mana bar again. Jeez, that's a lot of damage. Okay. In this zone, we are just looking for the waypoint. And then the next level, basically. Again, always pick up Orbs of Chance. We would also be a lot healthier if I didn't mess up leveling up Vitality and Clarity too much, so that I could actually be using Vitality right now. But that's okay. Like I said, once you start seeing your mana bar get like dangerously low while leveling up, stop putting levels into clarity and vitality. Because it's better to be able to use them than not to be able to use them at all. It's this way, I think. Grab the crafting recipe and the waypoint, and then go left into Calm's Dream. We are not going to finish Calm's Dream yet, or yeah. We are going to go until we get a waypoint. So this node that we're getting now, oh, not now, next level. The next node we are getting is called Spiritual Aid, and what it does is it makes our minion damage modifiers also affect us. So it's going to make the initial cast of Absolution deal a lot more damage, which is just going to be nice. It's going to help it spawn minions a lot faster. So that it's going to mean we spend less time ramping up our damage in each zone. It's not really going to improve our total damage that much, it's just less ramp time. Oh, I leveled Vitality. That's okay, Vitality's fine to level because I'm not even using it right now. Can I turn off Clarity and be okay for mana? Let's see. I guess. Just have to use a mana flask. This is better though. It's better to have Vitality than Clarity. This way. It's pretty annoying running out of mana this frequently, actually. I really wish I didn't mess up and put too many levels into these gems. That's okay. Make sure you don't do that while leveling. So grab the waypoint, and we're going to go back to Act 3, and we are going to do Labyrinth now. Which also means we want Determination now, which is in our weapon swap, I think. Yeah, right here. So I'm going to move probably Vitality because there's nothing else I can move. Could move Herald of Purity, but that's a lot of damage. I'll move Herald of Purity. It kind of sucks moving Herald of Purity because it is a lot of damage. But that should open up. Well, maybe. Turn off Purity of Elements. Turn on Clarity. Put Determination on the secondary bar. This works. We don't have Purity of Elements on, but we have Determination, Clarity, and Vitality. We don't have Herald of Purity, which means we're missing some damage. But that's okay. You really want Determination in here because there's a lot of physical damage in here. There is some elemental damage in here, but it's mostly cold, and our cold resist is fine. It's these guys. They do cold damage. So in the first labyrinth, you kind of just hug right, stay on the right side, and that's usually the fastest way through. Grab the crafting recipe, that's the first multiple resist craft, which is something that we obviously need. I still don't have a belt. I'm lagging. That was fun. Good way to start the Zaro fight. Just make sure you're moving around in this fight. That big wind-up swing that he does with the sword is the thing that is the highest risk of killing you. The second highest risk is those like flying skull things that he's shooting. The green fireballs. But even without Herald of Purity, we have plenty of damage. So it's better to have our defensive auras here. Augmentation. That's for movement speed on boots. Which we still don't have. We still don't have a belt either. You might have also noticed, I haven't really been stopping to pick up much gear or change gear at all. It's because you don't really need to on this build. It's also why I didn't have much health fighting Dominus and died to him. So if you're in hardcore, obviously update your gear more often than I am right now. Because at this point of the game, like in Act 4, you would want to have about 1200 HP. I have 800. So I'm definitely a little bit under curve. Clarity, stop leveling. This is the wrong way. You always want to take the most direct path to the right. So if you find one that's like a diagonal path, just look for the other door. Although it looks like the other door is all the way back around, which is not really much faster, to be honest, than if I had just gone to the next zone and done an extra zone. But it's fine. Again, these traps are all pretty dangerous, but you can leap slam over them and not take any damage. So here is Spiritual Aid, meaning our Absolution is going to deal more damage now. Quite a bit more. I guess we could use Dread Banner for now. There isn't really anything else we can put our reservation into. The only thing Dread Banner is affecting right now is the zombies, but that's still something. Yeah, so you can see I can just cast Absolution once at a pack now, and it actually kills the pack and makes minions. I don't have to sit there casting it a bunch of times anymore. It would be nice if we could grab Spiritual Aid earlier while leveling, but it's just not really that feasible to rush for it. Again, try not to stand on the fire. But you can leap slam and not take damage. This is the wrong way. These door traps that spring up can kill you if you just stand in them and don't move. So be careful. This is the right way. We are coming up on a huge, huge power spike, both offensively and defensively. Here is a decent 4-link. If I can recolor that to 3 red and 1 green, it'll be perfect. You would grab that on League Start just to sell it for Gem Cutter's Prism later. Wrong way. Probably this way. Yep. So the Ascendancy we're going to get when we kill Izaro gives us, first of all, plus 20% to all elemental resistances, which has already obviously proven to be a problem for us. And second, Onslaught for us and our minions, which is just a huge buff. It's movement speed, attack speed, cast speed, it's everything. Damage. Onslaught is incredible. Oh. Oh, this is scary. I think I was frozen. I got stuck on those traps. I think I was actually just frozen on them. Okay, grab the rings. A belt! I finally have a belt! Okay, pick up the shield. That could be useful. This could be useful. That's about it. Okay, Ascendancy. You're gonna go Guardian, Ascend. You're going to grab Radiant Crusade. Plus 20% all elemental resistances. While there are at least 5 nearby allies, you and nearby allies have Onslaught. This enchant is probably useless. Yeah, it's pretty useless. Grab this stuff. Oh. That's a... Wow. Okay. I'm not going to use that because that's unethical. This is a Joffrey's crest. Right? Oh, no. Never mind. It's an honor home. Whatever. Honor home is pretty bad. If you find a Joffrey's crest while you're leveling, you are kind of set for leveling. It's like the best leveling helmet you could find on this build. Okay, so we are definitely going to use this ring. We're still using these garbage sapphire rings. That's why we have so much cold resist. Belt, anything is better than nothing. These boots are pretty good. Do they have an open prefix? They don't. I can't craft movement speed on these. They are still better than what I'm using, though. I'm gonna put Zombie here, Clarity here, Culling Strike on the Zombie, Vitality we can put somewhere else. I can probably get better colors on this by chroming it. There we go. Now, Dread Banner, sure. Holy Relic. Actually, let's do Holy Relic here. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. Oh, this... I wanted to chrome this. Can I get 3 red and a green? That's opposite. That... No. No. Yes! Okay. That is going to be our 4-link when we switch. And I'm going to use an essence to give it... Cold resist. Oops, wrong item. There we go. We're not going to use that yet because we need our blue sockets, I think. Actually, do we? Move Convocation here. Whenever you move Convocation, make sure you put it back on left click, otherwise it will default back to default attack. Purity of Elements we can move down here. Determination we can move anywhere. We can use this. Okay. We're not going to use it right away, though. For now, just Determination, Vitality. That's fine. Okay. Is this shield an upgrade? Not really. It's fine. Sell this old stuff. Even though we can't craft movement speed on the boots, I would rather just have some stats on the boots than garbage boots that we picked up in Act 1. This Zealotry gem, you would sell it later on for a Gem Cutter's Prism, but I'm not going to keep it in my inventory for that. At this point, we just go back to the Imperial... Or no, we're done. We're done in Act 3. We're in Act 4. I forgot. We go to Act 4, go back to the Crystal Veins. Turn our ores back on because they got turned off. Summon our Holy Relic. And go into Duresso's Dream. Remember, we have not finished Calm's Dream yet. The reason we did this is because Calm's Dream, the zone, is easier than Duresso's, but the boss is harder. So we are going to... So we're doing Duresso's Dream second, but we're going to kill Duresso first. And now if I check my resistances, look how beautiful that is. We're just a little bit low on lightning, but we're looking much better overall. That's a flask upgrade. In this zone, the like chicken enemies that have bows do a lot of damage and can cause bleed, so be a little bit careful of that. So at this point in hardcore, I would go back to hideout and craft lightning resist on something. Like one of these rings probably has an open suffix. Something I have probably has an open suffix to craft lightning resist on. And then you would basically be resist capped. And we're only in Act 4. I might do that anyway after Duresso. Might as well do the essence while waiting. I'm forgetting to use smite. I was wondering why that took so long. One thing I don't like about the raised zombie gem is how many gem levels it takes to get increased max zombies. We've been on 4 max for a long time. Grab more minion damage. Generally, you usually want to go left here if there's a fork, but there is no fork. If you're going the right way, Duresso will say, "Die a death worthy of applause." If you're going the wrong way, he won't say that. Little mini boss here. These guys die really quickly usually. Don't stand in the flame blast though. And they're dead. Grab the transmute, and the 2-stone ring is actually pretty good. It turned out to be pretty bad. This ring is better. Fire and lightning. That's better. We're pretty close to resist cap now. This ring doesn't have much on it, actually. Whatever. It's fine. Stop into Achilles just because I want zombies. Okay. Now, Duresso is generally very easy. He does do this thing where if you deal damage to him while he's doing this, he heals, but you can't really stop dealing damage to him because our minions won't stop. So it's kind of annoying healing him like that, but we do so much damage at this point that it doesn't matter.
give our fallen heroes more glory than they ever
Portal back to
earned.
town. Waypoint back to Calm Stronghold, and we're going to finish Calm. Usually this zone kind of wraps around to the right at the bottom and then goes up. Grab shrines if you see them. There's not really a lot to talk about right now. Just kind of moving through the zone. Not really any interesting things happening to the build. You can grab a minion damage node here. That also has some regen. Calm is not too scary. Just keep moving. He is scary if your fire resist is low, but we just fixed our resistances. And that's Calm.
Your way led to damnation, Calm. Find another.
This shield is worth picking up. Any good? That is not bad. But I need the green socket here. Actually, no I don't. I can't use this anyway, it's level 40. But what I can do is move Smite over here, Leap Slam over here, faster attacks here. I could put Ancestral Call back in our Smite for now, that's fine. Put Determination here. Yeah, we will use this shield once we're high enough level. Is this Jewel any good? No. Waypoint back to the Crystal Veins. Talk to Diala. You only need to talk to her once. You can talk to her twice, but you can just talk to her once.
This is not creation. This is perversion.
This is the wrong way. This one's a little bit scary. There's enemies that can put bleed on you in here, and the Stygian Revenants can cast a weird version of Detonate Dead. All you need to know is do not stand near the, like, they look like candles on the ground that are about to explode. Level up a whole bunch of gems. Oh, my auras are turned off. I didn't even realize. That's because I moved gems around. In endgame, this build gets so strong that I've gone into maps with my auras turned off, like cleared a tier 16 map, and then realized that my auras were turned off and didn't even notice.
heretic. My god.
Piety has a tendency to kill your minions really fast. So the faster you kill her, the better. Just run circles around her while she's doing this. And that is Act 4 Piety. Used to be, a long time ago, the scariest boss in the game.
Piety, my god. I am sure you will reveal your purpose in time.
Still only have a max zombies of 4. Grab the waypoint in here. Always grab the waypoint in here, because if you crash, you have to walk back from really far away from the crystal veins. Anyway, there are 3 bosses you need to kill here. Malagaro, Doedri, and Shavron. Malagaro deals chaos damage. Shavron deals lightning damage. Doedri deals physical damage. That's Malagaro.
Your God-given talents were wasted, Malagaro.
Here's Shavron. A lot of lightning damage here. If you are low on lightning resist in hardcore, make sure you cap your lightning resist here. Even at 62 lightning resist, it's kind of scary. That's Shavron.
Imprisoned by your own vanity, Chevron.
And here's Doedri. Don't use a curse on Doedri. I don't have a curse on my bar right now, so it doesn't matter. We have vulnerability. I'm not using it because we're not really dealing physical damage yet. We will be later. Do not curse Doedri, though. If you curse her, she will automatically remove it and buff herself. I think she gets attack speed. I don't really know. Pick up that. If you're close to a level here, you can go around the way that you didn't come to kill some enemies. It's like a decent leveling zone. But I'm not close to a level, so I'm just going to go back the way I came. And we are going to fight Malachi, the boss of Act 4.
I actually find myself admiring you in this moment. We'll create the most beautiful of nightmares together.
Let's go here.
Let me show you what a real god can do.
Now, exile!
Embrace the future.
So Malachi is mainly physical damage. Might be all physical damage. There might be some fire damage in this fight. I'm not sure. This phase of the fight is very easy. Just don't get hit by the slam. That's a general rule of bossing in this game. Do not get hit by the slam. Pretty simple rule. If you see them winding up a really big swing, don't stand in it. And that's phase 1 of the fight done. If you notice that the black core here, this door doesn't open, you gotta stand close to Piety so that she starts her death animation.
What it means to be nightmare.
So Malachi is pretty easy. Nothing is too interesting here. We can just go back to town. So at this point, we talk to Tsuni. He gives us a skill point for when we freed Deshret's spirit. Oh, and I forgot to grab it. That shield's not very good. Now we can talk to Diala at Oyun. Diala will give us multi-strike. Oyun gives us Carrion Golem. I'm not sure where it is. Carrion Golem.
Our hopes are with you.
So we're going to walk to the Act 5 town at this point, and then when we get there, we're going to switch to Dominating Blow. I got really excited because I saw a belt, because I didn't have a belt for so long in this run, but then I remembered that I do have a belt now. Not this way. Chaos Orb. You'll usually find like 1 or 2 Chaos Orbs while you're leveling. I think my best ever was 12. That's a really good 4-link. Grab the waypoint. And in this zone, we are just running straight through to get to the town. This is Act 5. Not really sure which way is correct here. Sometimes you'll see the town on the map pretty early. It's like an octagon shape, but I haven't seen it yet. Oh, here we are. I killed Overseer Crow before I even noticed he was there. You do have to kill him before the ladder will lower here. Okay, we keep going down this way. We need to get down here to Resolute Technique. I would normally get to Resolute Technique before switching to Dominating Blow, but I think we're in a good position to switch here. What is my worst resistances? Fire Lightning. So I'm going to grab a Fire Lightning 2-stone ring here. Fire and Lightning. We can put this flask on because it's an upgrade. Throw out this old flask. Okay. Oh, this is good. Maybe here? Or here? Nope, can't do that one. This is not really any better or worse. Okay. I'm gonna throw some currency in. I'm just gonna like get this stuff out of my inventory because it's kind of cluttering my space at this point. Sell. Oh, sell these old sapphire rings too. Okay, so at this point we can switch to Dominating Blow, but we need a couple gems. We need to go back to Act 1. We need to buy Splash. And is that it? Let me think. Dominating Blow. Faster attacks. We're not going to put Leap Slam here. We're going to put Melee Splash. Not Ancestral Call. We're going to use Multi-Strike, which is right here. This is our 4-link. This is our leveling 4-link now. So Dominating Blow is now our main skill. We're actually just going to get rid of Absolution and not use it anymore. Phantasm, Absolution. We're not going to use Smite anymore either. Leap Slam we will keep. If I can get a green socket on something, that would be convenient so that... Actually, I don't have a faster attacks gem, but I could buy one. Let's throw some chromes at... Do I have anything with evasion on it? Not really. Oh, right, I have this. I forgot I was weapon swapped at the moment. Vulnerability. Herald of Purity. Okay. Vitality can go here. Determination can go here. Summon Carrion Golem, I guess, can go here. I want Leap Slam. I'm gonna put faster attacks here. And we can put our vulnerability here, that's fine. We don't need Absolution, we can just destroy it. Smite's gone. Phantasm is still decent. Added Fire we can get rid of. We have 2 Phantasms. We can get rid of this one. Holy Relic, Dread Banner, okay. Holy Relic, Dread Banner, Purity of Elements. Let's put this armor on. It's not really any better than what we have. In fact, it's probably worse, but it is a 4-link. We're going to use Holy Relic, Phantasm, probably Zombie. Where's my Zombie? Raise Zombie. See if I can recolor this and get 3 blues. Let's see if I can get lucky. I only have 2 chromes though. Oh, that is so much worse. That is so much worse. I got really unlucky. Okay, so we just lost some blue sockets. So I guess I have to put this back on. Raise Zombie. Holy Relic. Dread Banner. Dread Banner is actually important now. Okay, I'm gonna put vulnerability here. This is Leap Slam. This is a pretty big like gem swap, so it's gonna take a couple minutes. This can be Holy Relic. I do want Herald of Purity, but I don't really have anywhere to put it. I don't think we have the reservation for it anyway. We also need to go to Act 2 and buy a faster attacks gem for our Leap Slam because we're using it on Dominating Blow now. I'm just going to take a quick 2-minute break because I got a phone call. I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. Creative elements we can put here. Melee physical. We can get rid of this added fire. We can get rid of this ancestral call. These are gems that we will try to fit in somewhere.
Goodbye.
But for now, we don't really have room for them, so we'll put them in our weapon swap. And we're pretty much on Dominating Blow now. So we go back to Act 5 and we can start seeing how the build works. This is a really low damage weapon. That's okay. We can use our Holy Relic and our Carrion Golem as like some damage generators to start ramping our minions. Get some zombies. We don't really need zombies anymore, but they're still useful. At this point, we are basically online. Oh, I gotta set this to always attack without moving. Turn my auras on. Dread Banner's on, so we're okay there. This guy is having a party. My lightning resist is low, but my other resists are fine. So this is Dominating Blow. This is what the skill looks like. It makes a whole bunch of these dudes that attack. And that's it. If you kill a rare monster with it, we'll summon summon a minion that has the same mods as that rare monster, which is pretty nice when you kill one that has like the energy shield aura that gives you like 100% life as energy shield, or if you kill a hasted monster which has a haste aura. You want to grab the miasma meter out of this zone, which is always like in the left there, because it's a skill point. Again, always pick up Orbs of Chance. That actually just reminded me that there's a gem I want to buy to start leveling, which I've skipped. We can buy it in Act 6, though. It is not really that big of a deal. Remember to cast Vulnerability. It's a pretty big damage buff.
You should have kept your eyes on God.
Grab the waypoint. Keep moving.
Long last I returned home, only to find chaos and blood.
Go to the Templar Courts. If you can't open this, it's because you forgot to pick up the Eyes of Zeal after killing Casticus. Grab the waypoint.
Before my brothers that I would return, and so I have.
This zone kind of always wraps around in a circle. At this point, we're basically a one-button build. Like, we have a lot of buttons on our bar, but it's basically just to resummon minions. I guess a two-button build if you count casting Vulnerability, but we only need to do that on bosses. Everything else will die pretty quickly. So this is a hasted enemy, so now we'll get this haste aura, which makes us faster. But it's the end of the zone anyway, I just wanted to show it. Go down here. We actually really want Resolute Technique. The fact that we don't have it right now means our hit chance is only 75%, which is pretty awful. Oh, grab the waypoint. And that is limiting our ramping speed on Dominating Blow. Normally, I would get Resolute Technique a little bit earlier so that we can make sure we start ramping minions right away. So this zone is like the best leveling zone in the campaign. It is totally fine to stop here and over level for a bit. At the top of the stairs, like all of these corners in this zone that have stairs leading up to them always have a blue pack. And that is why this is such a good leveling zone. So even if you're speedrunning, it's worth going up these stairs, killing the blue pack. There's also a crafting recipe. I don't know if it's an important one. I don't remember. Movement speed. Yeah, that's pretty decent. Still don't have boots that I can craft movement speed on, but that's fine. Also, I'm still pretty low on life. That's okay. If you were this low on life, you would stop. Like if you're in hardcore and you're this low on life, stop and craft some life on your gear. One more point for Resolute Technique. Yeah. Even though we're low on life, we're kind of not that squishy because we have determination and vitality and a shield, and we have good resistances right now because we have decent resist on gear and our ascendancy. Oh, I've missed a pack. Our ascendancy is giving us a free +20 to all elemental resistances. Can I summon an extra zombie yet? I can. 5 zombies. I think you unlock the 4 zombies in like Act 1, at the end of Act 1. And I just got 5 zombies in Act 5. Like, that's how long it takes to get extra max zombies on that gem. And you would think that, like, thematically, zombie would be like the horde minion gem, but it's not. If anything, skeletons is skeletons or summon raging spirit. So we're coming up on the boss fight with Innocence. This is a fire resistance check. We're capped, so we're fine. And you can see we are shredding him. Fun fact, this is actually my favorite fight in the game. Despite the fact that it has a bunch of invincibility phases, I just think it's a really well-designed fight. There's like clear outplay potential in this fight, but it's still a dangerous fight. And the map boss version of this fight, these enemies that he spawns are not considered limitless enemies, so they do drop loot. They give experience and they drop loot, which means this invincibility phase is not even like a waste of time really in a map. It's spawning enemies that drop loot. There's also a lot of physical damage in this fight. Those statues, that big wind-up swing they do, that is a lot of physical damage, and I'm being kind of reckless standing near it. In hardcore, I would not do that. He's being very kind to me. He's not doing any of his difficult attacks. You don't have to talk to Bannon here. You don't have to talk to Sin or anything. You can just keep moving. So there's a really dangerous attack he does where he says, "I am your god," and then he throws a fireball that splits into a bunch of little fireballs. That attack, there's two ways to deal with it. You can either stand really far away from the main fireball and like try to dodge the little projectiles that come out because they'll be spread out more. Think of it like a shoot 'em up game or like a space shooter. Or the other way to dodge it is to stand behind one of the statues. But the statues are not always in a good spot for that. Yeah, that was Innocence. Really smooth fight. At this point, like, we're not really going to struggle with anything. Unless I gear swap and lose a bunch of resists, but I think we're pretty okay. So now we have Resolute Technique. So now we are going to spawn minions. Like, we're going to ramp up much smoother. Much, much, much smoother. And important to note, this is like a really basic weapon with no damage mods on it. It does 18 to 27 damage. And I'm still having no trouble, like, killing the basic enemies to spawn minions. People have asked me, like, oh, what do you do to spawn minions with Dominating Blow when you don't have any minions? I'm like, you just hit them. You just hit them with Dominating Blow, and it will spawn minions. You don't have to do a lot of damage. Your Holy Relic and your Carrion Golem and your Spectres, if you have them, can do that damage for you. You just have to tag them with Dominating Blow. Dominating Blow does not have to land the killing blow, it just has to tag them, and then they have to die shortly after. And it will spawn a minion. Ideally, you'd want a weapon with better range on it, like a staff. Grab this chromatic. So we are going to switch to a staff later. We're just not going to do that yet. One, because we haven't found a good staff yet. And two, because switching this early is just going to starve you for gem slots. Because switching to a staff means you're only going to have like that 4-link staff probably, instead of 2 3-links on your weapon and shield. So you have to grab the Sign of Purity in here, and then you click on this lever, and you grab the crafting recipe, and you just walk out. You don't have to portal out or anything, just walk out. Okay, so in this zone, we're going to go up to where the cathedral is. Oh, something dropped. Alteration. We're not actually going to go up to the cathedral rooftop yet, though. We're going to go on these stairs and put a portal, and then we're going to go this way. Our inventory is kind of messed up right now. Okay. There's a quest down here where we got to pick up a bunch of items to get a skill point. We are heading into the reliquary. Grab the waypoint in here. And this is just a big circle. Just go clockwise around this zone. Here's the first one. There's 3 items in here that you need to pick up. The next one will be in the bottom right. Here it is. And then the last one will be in the bottom left. And there will also be a crafting recipe on the way there. Again, grab any shrines that you see. Grab this crafting recipe. It's accuracy, it's useless to us. Grab this. And we're not going to portal out of here because remember, we left a portal on the stairs outside. So what we're going to do is walk back to the waypoint. And we're going to waypoint to town. And this is the last time we visit town in Act 5. We're going to get some life here. We're going to get 2 skill points. One from Lonnie. She also gives us a flask and a jewel, which I forgot to grab both of them. So the flask, you will take usually the granite. The jade is fine too. Grab the red jewel. Use the skill point. Get a skill point from Violenta. Drop off any extra items that are clogging your inventory. Identify some stuff. That's a decent ring. This jewel is kind of okay because of the attack speed, but it's not worth using. I'm going to put this here, and just get rid of my second life flask. We don't need it anymore. That's a chromatic that I can sell. That shield is still good, but I messed up my colors, so I can't really use it yet. And we take our portal back to the ruined square. We have 2 skill points now. We're going to grab this life point and the plus 50 life here. And now we're actually starting to get our life caught up. In hardcore, you might grab those life nodes earlier, but like I said, it's really annoying not having Resolute Technique with Dominating Blow because you can miss really frequently.
There is always redemption,
Okay.
even when all looks lost.
So we're coming up on Act 5 Kitava fight, which is not very hard. There's a slam that's kind of scary, but we should be able to tank it just because of determination and the granite flask. If you see him winding up the slam and you can't avoid it, just use your granite flask. Save your granite flask for when that happens. What level are we? 42? We're pretty much where we want to be. You generally want to be about 3 levels under the zone. Unless you're in hardcore, then you kind of want to be about the same level. Click the Herald of Purity.
Ravenous one, face the wrath of God.
In Act 1, you want to be the same level as the zone. That's the slam, so don't get hit by that. And that's the first phase. He looks like he has way more health than he does in this fight. It looks like you're not doing any damage to him. But it's because this fight is balanced around you only have to get him to half health. Don't stand in this like blood that he puts on the ground. Avoid this explosion. Avoid the slam. And then go back to hitting him. Avoid that slam. Avoid that slam. Remember to cast vulnerability. and go back to hitting him. Avoid the explosion and the slam. I used the granite flask right before the slam because I was walking into it, and it wasn't at any risk of killing me. And this is the last phase. And that's it. That's Act 5 Kitava. Pretty easy. So now we're going to get our resistance penalty, minus 30 to all. That's going to make our lightning look really bad. Fire and cold are the ones that matter for Act 6, which is coming up. So we're going to craft some resistances.
The flame of hope may flicker, but it cannot be extinguished.
When the screen goes black here, you can talk to Sin. You can start moving before the screen fades in.
Has my faith truly
And you can use movement skills in here. The first time I realized this, it blew my mind, because this is the Act 10 town, the zone, and you can't use movement skills in town, but in that part, it's not considered a town, so you can use movement skills there. So here you want to go out to the left, and we're going to kill every enemy in the Twilight Strand, because this is a quest that unlocks Lily Roth as the gem vendor that sells every gem.
hear
I don't think you have to do the Abyss, so we're not going to touch the Abyss.
cleanse of evil?
If you see any essences out here, you do have to do the essences, but I don't think you have to touch the Abyss. I think strong boxes you might have to do. I'm pretty sure I've skipped Abysses before. We'll find out. Sometimes it's really hard to find like the last couple enemies you're looking for in this zone. Like sometimes it is faster just to reload the zone and try to find them again if you get really unlucky. Probably missed some towards the beginning. Hopefully we don't have to do the Abyss. We might have to do the Abyss. Because it hasn't told us like 5 monsters remaining. I think we have to do the Abyss. If I realized this, I would have just done the Abyss at the start. Abysses are not really bad to do. Like, they're a decent XP. They're actually really good XP. And you can start getting Abyss Jewels, which are pretty useful. Watch it not be the Abyss. That's the problem. I don't think it was the Abyss. Okay. Where did I miss some enemies? Because I'm missing at least 5. It never told me, like, 5 enemies remaining. Down here, maybe? I have no idea. Lily has asked you to clear the Twilight Strand, but Doesn't say I'm done. What am I missing? How? I feel like I've very thoroughly checked this. There's nothing left. Okay, so, like I said, sometimes you get really unlucky and it doesn't look like anything's left. And the easiest thing to do is just reload the zone. We really want to buy these gems from Lily, so this is still worth doing. At this point, I'm going to go this way. I want to start going down here to grab the tireless wheel. So, doing the Twilight Strand twice, pretty annoying. Hopefully it doesn't happen to you on League Start. If you ever need to reload a zone, by the way, when you are entering the zone, control-click on it, and it will give you like an option to join the existing instance or create a new one. You definitely do not have to do expeditions. I've definitely skipped expeditions here before. This is the exact same layout that we just had, isn't it? It just has an expedition instead of an abyss. Please don't do this to me again. Okay. 4 monsters remain. Okay, good sign. Okay, it's actually clear. Jeez. I have no idea why that happened. Okay. Can identify the staff and this jewel. That is a decent jewel. That is a very decent jewel.
Remember, humanity needs us.
The truth of this world.
Okay. Oh, this staff is good too. This is really, really good. We can use this if we can 4-link it. Okay. Purchase items. So now at this point, we want to buy a few gems. The first one we want is Maim. We also want Raise Spectre. Let me check my notes real quick so I don't miss anything. Oh yeah, we want Impale. This is why we've been picking up Orbs of Chance, because we need them to buy a lot of these gems. We want Feeding Frenzy. And then we're out of Orbs of Chance, so we're pretty much out of gems that we can buy that we really want. Other ones that we would want are Animate Guardian. Costs an Orb of Chance, so we can't buy it. Cast when damage taken costs an Orb of Alchemy, so we can't get that because we don't have an alchemy. Actually, we might have one in our stash, maybe. Cast when damage, we do. Cast when damage taken, we want this. I don't think I ever grabbed a Life Tap gem, so we'll grab Life Tap. You could grab Skitterbots here, but you don't need it. You could also grab Predator support. You don't need it. Meat Shield support, Minion Life support. You don't need any of those. They're very, very useful for endgame. They're not important right now. Okay, so ideally, what we want... That's pretty good. Okay. That's what I was trying to get earlier. So we're going to put our Raise Zombie in here. And our Spectre. And Feeding Frenzy. And Maim. Okay. Now what else? Clarity, Convocation, Determination, Carrying Golem, Vitality. kind of hard to get all of the... We don't need this Culling Strike. Well, we want Culling Strike, but it's not that useful to us right now. Dread Banner would be nice if we can fit it. I have Purity of Elements somewhere that I don't need because we're not using it right now. So let's put Holy Relic here. Actually, let's recolor this Scepter. I don't have any chromes, so we can't recolor the Scepter. Oh, shield swap. Let's do that. So then I lose faster attacks on Leap Slam, but it's fine. It's a little annoying to have a slower Leap Slam, but it's fine. We still want vulnerability. Can't do that. Okay, we cannot shield swap yet. I do want Dread Banner somewhere. It's just not as good as these other things that I have. Oh, Impale. Put this in instead of faster attacks. We only need one faster attacks gem now, so we could just throw the other one out. We're going to use one for Leap Slam. We're not going to use it for Dominating Blow anymore. We can do Holy Relic with Culling Strike. That's pretty good. Ideally, we want a cast when damage taken, life tap. Oh, Molten Shell. I forgot to buy Molten Shell. Molten Shell. And then Carrion Golem. So if you can get 3 red and a blue on one of your pieces, that would be one of your 4 links. That's one of your end game 4 links. It's cast when damage taken, life tap, Molten Shell, summon Carrion Golem. I'm not going to use these heist markers. This is actually very good stuff. So I'm going to sell these. I would really love to use Dread Banner here, but we're just low on sockets. Unfortunately, I haven't picked up a whole lot of 4 links or 4 sockets yet. We're going to go to Hideout and craft some resistances. Because the penalty means we have no cold or lightning right now. Fire is actually more important though, even though it's higher. We can craft fire on this. Cost to transmute. And now we're basically capped on fire, so now we need cold and lightning. Cold is more important in this act, even though lightning is lower. So let's do cold on these. And then maybe that's full. Can do lightning on this one. You can press Control F to oh, that's damage. I wanted resistance. Oops. Got a ways to scour here, but that's fine. You can press Control F to bring up the search automatically on the bench. 54, 44. So we still need lightning and cold. We can put cold on this. Can't put lightning because it already has lightning. Cold resistance. This is why we've been picking up so many transmutes. Cold is pretty good now. Now we just want lightning, but I think we're basically full on suffixes. Yeah, we're full. We can't fit anything else. Oh, here we can. But it's already got cold and lightning on it. I should have put fire on this. Do I have an... If I have a scour... I do have a scour. I can put fire here, and then I can swap my other fire roll off of here and get lightning instead. Put lightning here. Even in... It already has lightning resist. Okay, never mind. Even in softcore, it's worth stopping here to get your resistances corrected. Even in softcore. Okay. Change this. Turn on determination. Fix all of my stuff here. This would be Dread Banner normally. Spectre we're not going to use yet. We are going to use it soon, just not yet. Any gems that I'm not using? Are these all in use? Yes. Okay, we are looking good. Okay. That's a good gem swap. You will pretty much never get the perfect gems that you want in Act 6. Like you won't have all the sockets for them. Just get as close as you can. And something that we just got for a really big upgrade is Feeding Frenzy and Maim, which we have linked to our zombies, which are probably going to die right now because of all this burning ground. Feeding Frenzy and Maim can be linked to any of your minions. It doesn't matter if it's your dominating blow. Feeding Frenzy and Maim will buff all of your minions regardless of which minion it's linked to. Okay, this is the Mudflats. This is why we stopped to get so much fire resistance. There is a ton of fire damage in this zone.
Must gather the pieces.
In this zone, if you are not fire resist capped, you will die. We can level up Maim. I'm checking these gems when they level up because I don't want to level up Life Tap. Actually, I don't have Life Tap linked, so we're not going to see it yet. So in this zone, we are looking for the Dishonored Queen. She's right here with these Forgotten Warriors. And you can see we are just shredding now. Okay. So that is the Dishonored Queen and the Mudflats. Now we are just looking for the Karui Fortress. And we are coming up on the first Pantheon boss, named Tukohama. And he is really annoying, actually. He is probably the most annoying boss in the campaign for this build. Because our Dominating Blow will summon a minion. Ooh! Good thing I have that fire resist. Dominating Blow will summon a minion if it kills something, or if you're attacking a unique enemy. The annoying thing in the Tukohama fight is that he summons these totems that make him invincible, so you have to kill the totems first. But those totems are not considered unique enemies, so you don't spawn any minions while you're attacking them. Like, we're shredding him pretty fast, but it's just the fact that he becomes invincible, and now we have to deal with these totems. And our minions start dying pretty quickly while they're taking all this fire damage over time. And we have to keep moving around so that we don't die to the fire damage over time. It's just a really annoying fight. There's not really any way around it. It's just really annoying. You kind of just have to keep moving around. Your minions will prioritize attacking whatever you are attacking. It's just, if you don't have any minions, you gotta go attack these unique totems to spawn some minions. And then you go back over to these totems. And then go back over to the unique totems. Make sure you have like an actual army of minions. Once these invincibility totems are gone, this fight becomes like much easier. It's just really, really, really annoying during this phase. And then this flamethrower is shooting you the whole time, killing your minions. And unfortunately, Tukohama is a mandatory boss. Okay, but the totems are gone. So now we can just kind of go back to killing him. Try not to stand in the fire like I am. Almost done. Okay. And that's the exact 4-link colors that we would want. Okay, so that is the worst boss for us in the entire campaign. Nothing else is as bad as that. Not even close. one thing you could do in that fight, which I didn't really think of until just now, is you could run Purity of Elements instead of Determination, and that will give your minions some fire resistance. Help them stay alive a bit longer in that fight. You might notice that I have Raised Spectre equipped, but we're not using it yet. We are going to use it in Act 7. You can use it now if you want, like it doesn't really hurt anything. There's nothing wrong with just grabbing a random Spectre. I went in a circle. It's to the left. Okay. Back to the prison, the same prison that we were in Act 1.
Evil has returned to this.
There is once again a lab trial in this zone, so we have to find it. There it is. You can see it on the map because there's like a switch that's part of the trial, and there's a crafting recipe. Can we go this way to get to it? No. So, we're going to wrap around pretty far, I think. These spinny cage enemies are the tankiest normal enemy type in the game. So they are not worth killing. So there is Shavron's Tower, but we need to do the lab trial first, which we already know is over this way. And it's a similar trial to when we did this in Act 1, where it's like spikes on the ground. And again, they're not very dangerous. Just don't get hit by them too much. Crafting recipe, double resistances, that is a nice craft. Click on the plaque. Take the portal out. And we go into Shavron's Tower. And this is a lightning resist check. We're actually pretty low on lightning resist. We're in softcore, so I'm not going to worry about it. In hardcore, I would go fix that. I think it basically has to be at the top left. Yeah. Almost to the Tireless wheel. Tireless is a nice wheel. It gives you extra life and reduces your mana costs. In League Start, if you wanted to heist, you would pick up those heists, but I don't want to heist. I might need to take a break soon. I'm not sure. This is I haven't had a break yet, other than when I took like 2 minutes for phone call, and I'm getting pretty tired. Getting pretty hard just to keep looking at the map, to be honest. I'll try to go as long as I can, though. I would like to do this all in one cut. Okay, here's Chevron. Again, this is a lightning resistance check, which I'm failing right now, but I should be okay. Keep moving around when he slams. And now there's a little fusion dance between Chevron and Brutus. Again, keep moving around when he slams. He slammed his lightning damage now. Remember to cast vulnerability. I've been forgetting. And that's it. That's Chevron.
Final crusade sees its
You don't need to talk to Sin. You can just keep going. Crafting recipe. Okay, 2 things in this zone. One is Aberrath, and one is just going to the next zone. Aberrath I will only do if I'm fire resist capped on League Start. This is the Western Forest, so go this way. And I am fire resist capped, so I will do Aberrath right now. Even in softcore, I will only do Aberrath if I'm fire resist capped, because he is a huge waste of time if you're not fire resist capped, because he will just keep killing you. So here's Aberrath. Like, see how that meteor did about 40% damage to me? If I was not fire resist capped, it would have just killed me. Luckily, this fight is pretty quick and easy when you are fire resist capped. There is physical damage in this fight too, but that's why we have determination. And a granite flask if we really need it. Stop and get some minions real quick. Oh! I got greedy. I wasn't moving at all. I decided to just stand there and tank him. So don't do that, obviously. And the longer this fight goes on, the more sort of out of control it gets with the extra mobs that he spawns. So this is what happens if you let him kill you. It just gets worse and worse. My zombies have Culling Strike, and all of my zombies are dead because there's so much lava on the floor. Oh, something else is Culling Strike. A relic, I think? Okay. So, that was about as bad as it could have gone with capped fire resist. So, you know, consider your options on League Start on whether or not you want to waste time with Aberrath. I would have been fine there if I didn't just get greedy and stand still while he was doing his big slam.
Had you not barred the way the first time, Purity, things might have turned out differently for all of us.
We can get a decent Spectre in this zone, I think. I think there are host chieftains in this zone. Maybe the next zone. There's nothing to do in the Western Forest, just run straight through. And then in the riverways, keep following the road until you find the waypoint. And then we're going to turn at the waypoint. So at the waypoint, go left or up, whichever direction you want to call this. And go into the wetlands. We're going to fight Rizlatha. Rizlatha is technically a chaos resistance check, but she doesn't do very much damage, so it doesn't really matter. Right here. So you have to go into the spawning ground, and then you have to go down here and kill the 3 Rizlatha's nests. And against Rizlatha, just kind of keep moving around. Don't stand still when she does that poison pool. And that's it. That's Rizlatha. That's why I don't even bother to check my Chaos Resist before coming here. Okay, and we can get 3 skill points in town now. One is for Rizlatha, one is for Tukohama, and one is for Aberrath. We also get free 4-link. I guess I'll take this one. We already have the 4-link we want in our helmet, though. The game kind of starts showering you in 4-links at this point. Okay, Tireless Wheel. Start getting some more life. And we go back to the riverways. Actually, we could have talked to Sin real quick in town. In town, not hideout. Just to get our Pantheon powers. Probably at this point you want Aberrath or Tukohama. I'll do Tukohama because we do stand stationary on this build quite a bit. So at this point, oh, there's a host chieftain. I am going to summon that as a specter once I can get all this other stuff out of the way. Actually, I think the Stygian Silverbacks, I think those are like the weaker version of a Carnage Chieftain. So I think I'll use that instead. These things give frenzy charges at like a worse rate than what Carnage Chieftains do. Yeah, I have a frenzy charge, so that is correct. So in this zone, you don't want to follow the road all the way. Eventually, you need to turn and start heading towards like the bottom right. Because if you follow the road all the way, you end up like at a barricade right here, where you just get shot by some arrows. Tireless. You would definitely do delirium mirrors. The reason I'm not is because of lag. Because while I'm recording, if I do a delirium mirror, it might just freeze my computer. So I'm not going to do that while I'm recording. But you can definitely do them. They won't slow you down. They'll drop some free loot for you. In this zone, you want to always like hug the inside walls and cross those 3 log bridges. And then you come to this big open forest area. You just kind of go straight to the right. Here's the waypoint and the next zone. Grab this. Keep moving. There's nothing really to do in this zone. Just keep moving through. Make sure you pick up the black flag before you move through here. Weird layout. I don't even think it's going to be this way. No, it's not. That over there is a hideout. If you don't have that hideout, you can go that way and get it. Sometimes this zone has like a really bad layout like this. Sometimes it's just like a straight line. But we are coming up on the end of Act 6.
Take this crusade to the seas themselves.
I'm starting to lag a lot. What's my cold resist? 72, that is fine. There's a big cold resist check coming up. This zone is actually a pretty big cold resist check. The puddle monsters here can freeze you. Again, that is why you click the sulfite veins. That was a single card that gives 10 orbs of alteration. It's this way. Crafting recipe. Okay, and these things, you just have to stand in the circle and move with it until the end. This is basically an auto-scroller. And then, because they felt like one auto-scroller wasn't enough, you have to do it again. That's a minion shield. We can grab the 10% life mastery here. Okay. Now click on this thing, and then click on this thing, and then head down here. Let's see. Is this any good? All chaos spell skill gems. No, that is not any good.
See ya. Don't. Right. Lord of Light, hold back the sea, so that I may slay its pretender king.
So in this zone, we are just walking along the outside of the zone. This is the big cold resist check. See all these frost bolts? This is why you need cold resist here. Every one of those can freeze you. And the higher your cold resist, the less likely you are to get frozen. Anyway, we're just walking along the outside looking for the boss. This is the end of Act 6. My Spectre died, but that's okay.
So dedicated. A man like you would never disappoint a lady in need.
If you have a Spectre that you actually want to keep and it dies, you can buy a Desecrate gem and then cast Desecrate in your hideout, and it will create a corpse of your Spectre, of your previous Spectre. This is also why there's a big cold resist check here. This little shield that Brine King puts up is all cold damage. But this fight is generally pretty easy otherwise. As long as your cold resist capped when you get here, you'll be fine. There's some lightning damage here. You can dodge the lightning, so don't worry about it. Just don't stand where the blue circle is. Our lightning resist is not great right now, so it's actually pretty dangerous to stand in the lightning damage. Make sure you cast vulnerability on him. The ads that he spawns are helpful for getting some minions back. Oh, and also every time you cast Convocation, it heals your minions a little bit, so it's worthwhile to like keep moving around a little bit even if you don't need to. Because we have Convocation on left click, so just moving around will cause Convocation to cast automatically. It can get pretty hard to see the lightning bolts when your minions are covering the whole arena, so be aware of that. Like that, you can just get struck by lightning. I did not see that bolt. Didn't see it at all, but that was definitely a lightning bolt that killed me. So, yeah, if you come here in hardcore, make sure your cold resist and lightning resist are solid. But we just got access to our first major Pantheon power, so we're going to activate it. It makes us immune to stun locks. This is okay.
Turn your journey well. Greetings.
We're going to clear some space here.
Hello. Keep your life to your own.
Put some essences away. We're not. Oh, I did not mean to put those gems away. Where did they go? Here we are. This jewel, I won't use it. We could just go to like tab 1, throw these things in here. Keep moving. Okay, so this is Act 7. It is not that bad. I think Act 7 is pretty okay as far as the design. In this zone, just follow the road until you get to the end. Then we're back in the crossroads. This is the same crossroads that we were in Act 2. Click on the waypoint, and we are going south first. Or east. Depends how you turn the map, I guess. It's a diagonal, so neither of those makes sense. These lightning bombs, these spire things, these are called obelisks. They are the scariest thing in the game right now. Hopefully they go away with the monster rebalance because they are absurd. They follow you to the ends of the earth. Even if the monster pack that started summoning them is a mile away, they will still keep chasing you for no reason. Even if you zone out and come back in, they will be right there. And they just do crazy damage. I have lost multiple hardcore characters to those things. Those obelisks come from blue packs with Heralds of the Obelisk, or rare enemies with heralding minions.
This desecrated house of faith will unearth
So, we're back in the crypt. There is a lab trial in here again. However, unlike the first time we came here, we have to go to level 2 of this zone. But the lab trial is on level 1, so we're going to look for that first. Here it is. Pretty much always the same rule for lab trials. Don't stand in the traps. That's it. Okay, and we already saw where the door to level 2 is, so we can head back there. At least, actually, that could be the door from the other side. Sometimes that happens where you see, like, the other door. Yeah. So we go in here. I guess this is not technically called level 2, but it is, like, there is a staircase that we have to take. We are looking for a quest item called Malagaro's Map. Here it is, and from here we can just go to town.
a vision of dreams.
And then back to the crossroads. This 4-link Dominating Blow that we're using, by the way, which is Dominating Blow, Melee Splash, Impale, Multi-Strike, is the 4-link that we're going to use all the way till the end of the campaign. It is the correct gems that we actually want. We're going to use this until we have a 5-link. Okay, put Malagaro's map in the map device.
A veil of lies and dreams draws itself
And once you have a 5 link, you want to use the same gems plus minion damage. And once you have a 6 link, it is the same gems plus predator support. And when you are bossing, like when you're doing pinnacle bosses, you will swap out melee splash for brutality. And in Trade League, you want to try to buy Awakened Brutality early on in the league because it's usually a cheap Awakened gem. And Awakened gems are becoming even more accessible, so it should be even cheaper. And it is one of the only sources of the status Crush in the game. And Crush is very, very, very strong. So this is Malagaro. He does chaos damage. This is Black Death, or yeah, Black Death Pain on Ending. It also does chaos damage. Just keep moving and you won't take too much damage. This is Fidelitas. He also does chaos damage this time. He also does lightning damage. And then Malagaro will sometimes teleport around like this. Don't stand in front of him when he does this like fan of knives thing. Sometimes he does this thing, just run in circles while this is happening until he reappears. And that's Malagaro. That's 7 Jeweler's Orbs.
But the light will find it.
Okay, what are we doing now? I think we can either go up here and grab Enduring Bond, or we can go down here and grab some life. We are really low on life right now, and we're really solid on damage. What I'm going to do is grab the Overwhelm Fizz Reduction Mastery, which we'll keep that forever. I'm going to grab Divine Shield next, and then I'm going to go down here and start grabbing life nodes. Talk to Silk, get the key, and then, grab the crafting recipe that I forgot. Lightning damage, completely useless. And then again, just like in Act 2, the waypoint points towards the correct path. And then Chamber of Sins level 2, and just like in Act 2, there is a lab trial in here. It even tells you, solve the trial of this entity in this area. I don't know why some zones that have a trial, it tells you, and some zones it doesn't. I'm not really sure why. That's a lot of corrupted blood. I might die to it. Yeah. So that is another thing. By this point in the game, you should have a bleed flask. Like a flask that removes bleed. In hardcore especially, make sure you have a bleed flask. Much earlier than this, actually. I would have a bleed flask in hardcore by the end of Act 3. What you would do in that situation, if you got 10 stacks of corrupted blood on you, and you realized you didn't have a bleed flask in hardcore, is you would log out. You would just log out. You wouldn't just sit there and let it kill you. But we're in softcore, so I don't actually need to worry that much about it right now. That blue thing on the map is a hideout, but I already have it. And again, just like Act 2, you're looking for this long hallway. This is the correct way to go. Unlike in Act 2, there's no boss to kill here. You just run straight through. Okay. Grab the waypoint, and then run straight through this zone. You can stop to kill these unique enemies if you want. They're not really worth killing, but also they're like on your path anyway. And it dropped a rare 2-stone ring, so that's actually a pretty good find. Three orbs of chance? Absolutely pick that up. 3 more orbs of chance? We can buy all of our gems now. Remember when we could not buy Animate Guardian? We can buy that now. The Ashen Fields. This is where we get our actual Spectre that we want to keep. We still have a maximum raise Spectre of 1. That's fine. We're looking for a Carnage Chieftain here, and that's one right there. This is also one right here. So let your minions kill it. Don't kill it with Dominating Blow, because that will remove the corpse. And then you're going to hold A, which is the default key, to look for Carnage Chieftain corpse here. Carnage Chieftain. And then you're going to cast Raise Spectre, and that Carnage Chieftain is going to give your minions Frenzy charges. And that is a big boost to DPS. Even after they nerfed minion Frenzy charges, it is still the best Spectre. And when things get nerfed from number 1 to number 1, it's not really a nerf. I feel the same way about Smoke Mine, by the way. It got nerfed from being the best movement skill in the game for leveling to being still the best movement skill in the game for leveling. So this is Ralakesh, or Groost. He pretty much can't hurt us because we have too many minions. They're just in his way. He can't get through them to hit us. And that's Groost, or Ralakesh. So I'm going to identify a couple items that might be upgrades. Not really. Oh, that ring, though. That's pretty decent. It's worse. I can't get rid of this one because it has Dex on it. Do we have an aura that we could be using right now? Like, are we any gems that we're not using? I don't think so, right? Okay. So this is the Northern Forest. It's the same Northern Forest that was in Act 2. The difference this time is that we want to do the Dread Thicket. We actually want to go in there now. Orbs of Augmentation. So you want to check the bottom first because sometimes the Dread Thicket is along the bottom. But it's kind of always along the left side of the zone. It's up here. The Dread Thicket. So in here, we need to pick up 7 fireflies, and we need to kill Gruthkull. And there's a crafting recipe, but I don't think it's an important one. There's one. There's 2. Crafting recipe. There's a chaos damage, like, mini boss here. Not really worth killing. That's 3, I think. Yeah. 4. 5. In this zone, just like kind of do a big circle around the whole zone. There's 6. This door is where Gruthkull is. Oh, Corrupted Blood stacks again. I was a bit healthier that time, though. Gruthkull is just a big chunk of physical damage. And the longer you stand in like the mist that she puts down, the more damage you take from her. But she is not very scary, as you can see. On an evasion character, she's very scary because I don't think you can evade her missiles. And that's 7 fireflies. And if you have no physical reduction, she will just kill you if she hits you. So we just walk back out the way we came in. We don't like return to town or anything here. I'm going to start going down this way so that I can start grabbing some more life nodes. Level up all these gems. The other option at this point is to grab Enduring Bond. Or if you found a good staff to use by now, you can start grabbing the staff nodes, like the block chance nodes for staff. And then here's the causeway. The causeway, we are basically just running to the end. There's a waypoint here, there's a crafting recipe, and there is an item on the ground that's a skill point. And it is the easiest skill point in the game because all you have to do is pick up an item that is on your main path anyway. Thought that was a 4-link. Those little urns, whatever they are, that shoot the darts at you, these things. I don't know what to call these. They're called Sentry Apparatus. Oh, more obelisks. These things do chaos damage. These, Sentry... Jeez, I hate these obelisks. They're so stupid. They are so dumb. Anyway, those things that shoot at you do cast damage, so be a little bit careful here. But the obelisks are way scarier than those things are. Obelisks are completely absurd. So this right here is a skill point, and it's right by the door that you need to go to anyway. Okay, the Val City. This is like the bane of most people's League start because they don't know how the layout works. The way the layout works is find a wall that has trees on it like this, and the waypoint and the next zone is always behind a wall that looks like this. It won't be behind, it's not guaranteed to be behind the first one that you find, but it is behind a wall that looks like this. So it could be right here. It is not. That's okay. Here's another wall like that. Sometimes there's like an offshoot over here that goes pretty far east. I kind of want to check over there. But I think we need to get inside this zone here. Could be wrong. I was wrong. That's okay. It's probably going to end up being over on the east there. Actually, this looks promising. Yep, there it is. There's a waypoint. Like I said, big wall. Waypoint is always behind it. Okay, we're going to go back to town here. We're going to talk to Yuna first to get rid of all the fireflies. Go back to town and talk to Aramir to get 2 skill points.
I bear witness to a miracle.
And Whalem to get another skill point. And normally I would talk to Whalem first because you also want to talk to Helena here, I think, to get a free 4-link. And this is the right colors that we want. That's our cast when damage taken colors. It sucks though, unfortunately. But whatever.
Greetings.
Sell this. Like, this is like worth using a Chaos Orb on almost because it is so bad. Like, you could roll anything on a Chaos Orb and it would be better than that. Grab some life here. We can start heading down this way, and then once we grab this life and armor wheel, we can get the Determination Reservation Mastery, which will let us fit in some more auras. Also, my Spectre died at some point. So, I'm going to show you how to fix that right now, actually. You're going to go to your hideout, because we've finished the quest in Act 6, so Lily Roth will be in our hideout now. And you're going to go to her, and you're going to purchase Desecrate. And then you're just going to put Desecrate in any one of your random gem slots. And you're going to cast it randomly, and you're going to see that it summoned some corpses. You're going to see Carnage Chieftain. You're going to summon your Carnage Chieftain back. It will always summon one of your recent specters. Not always, but there's a chance that it will. So, like, you just cast it enough times and you'll see it. Actually, also, another thing you can do is use it to resummon your zombies. And you don't have to keep the Desecrate gem equipped. You can just leave it at level 1. Leave it in your inventory. Don't worry about it. We are on the way to the end of Act 7. So, like I said, Act 7 is pretty tame. There is a lot of chaos damage in here, though. Not a lot until Arakali, the boss. So the way this works, the Temple of Decay, is that when you come down the stairs, you see this room is sort of at the bottom. Like, that has doors that face up and left and up and right, which means the exit will be the opposite. It'll be at the top, and the doors will face down and left and down and right. So that means the exit is up here where my mouse is. It's also very nice having Leap Slam in here because there are some gaps in here that you can cross with Leap Slam that you cannot cross with most other movement skills. Maybe not most, but a lot of other movement skills. Here's Temple of Decay level 2. And level 2 works the same way. Those 2 Orbs of Alteration back there, I would absolutely go back and pick those up on League Start. Like this gap, you can just cross with Leap Slam. More corrupted blood. That's okay. More corrupted blood. I don't know why there's so much. It is murdering my zombies, though. And then once you get to this zone that has like the purple hue to it, this is the last level. And Arakali is always like in the top middle. So here's our first big chaos resistance check of the game, and we're at -22, which is fine. Don't stand in the lasers, don't stand in the poison. And she's already phased. This fight, even if you have like a million DPS and just instantly one-shot her, she will always do this invincibility once, at least. Oh! That didn't look like I was in those lasers. Okay, that's fine. Like I said, chaos resistance check that we're not really passing right now. See, I feel like I'm closer to the lasers now than I was when they just shot me. I don't know. Spectre died again, but that's fine. Pick up the scepter. There's not a whole lot of interesting stuff here. Oh, that crown maybe. Probably not though. Our 4-link is in our helmet. Our Spectre died again, but it's not really a big deal. Oh, ow! Okay. I'm pretty low on life right now. And I'm also just like standing still and being really greedy. I probably should have taken a break a while ago. I've been really tired for a while. That's okay.
Local, need your aid.
Essences are worth doing. Tujin expeditions, by the way, I would do those on League Start. I wouldn't do Gwenin. Gwenin's a waste of time, but the other ones are good. Like, Gwenin is always a waste of time. All of the reports of people getting crazy items from Gwenin. Oh, I gambled a mage blood. It is 100% reporting bias. I have spent over 2,000 Astragalis on Gwenin before they nerfed her. Bought every single worthwhile base from her on every roll. And the best item I've ever got from her was a Meginord's Girdle, which is a 1 chaos item. Okay, so when I get to Act 8, I go straight into Labyrinth. And I'm going to do this Labyrinth, and then I'm going to take a break, because I needed to take a break a while ago. I maybe should take a break now before the Labyrinth, because I might die in here. It'll be fine. I probably should have grabbed my Spectre before coming in here, but it's okay. I'm just used to running straight into the Labyrinth when I get to town. We shred his Zaro pretty fast anyway. We don't need more damage. We're doing fine. Like, he's been phased for a while. He's just not leaving. Izaro's been like that forever for some reason, where you will finish the phase, you won't be able to do any more damage to him, but he just doesn't stop. He's just like, he refuses to leave. This is a weird little... Okay. This is the right way? Life and armor. Try not to step on so many traps as I am. This is the wrong way. This is the right way. Yeah, just keep moving. Keep moving, keep attacking. Use your granite flask. Use your health flask if you need it. But Izaro is pretty easy. Ow. I didn't even see that trap there. Yeah, this is fine. Here we are. So, the second lab, the last fight with Izaro, has some traps in it. So, be a little bit careful. When he does this green circle, it'll teleport you into the traps if you stand in it. So, try not to stand in it. Also, try not to die to him, because if you die in here, even in softcore, you have to start over. It's kind of annoying when he stands on the traps like this. I'm lagging. Look at that lag chart. Wow. Wow. Okay. Okay, so your ascendancy, you have choice here. You can choose whatever you want. There are 3 options. I am going to grab Unwavering Crusade because I'm in softcore and this is more damage. That's really it. All you want in softcore is to be faster and do more damage. In hardcore, you can either grab Bastion of Hope, which is basically stun immunity and a whole lot of block chance. Or you can grab Time of Need, which is very high curse reduction and some nice regen. You can combine this 80% reduced effective curses with you with a single 20% reduced effective curses mastery on the tree, and there's a couple of these around on the tree. And that gives you 100%. That makes you immune to curses. So this is a really nice node. This is what I will probably grab third, and then take a 20% curse reduction, and then grab this one last, because this one is nice, but it's kind of better for like pushing high-end content, like being immune to stuns and having really high block chance. That's what you need for like Simulacrum or tier 16 bosses or Deep Delve. So this one is usually what I would grab last. So we're gonna grab Unwavering Crusade. We'll check the enchant real quick. Regenerate 1% of life. That is not that bad. We'll grab that. Pretty useful enchant, actually. Pretty rare that you find an enchant that's that useful while going through and leveling. Anyway, I am going to take a break. I said I needed to take a break a while ago. I've been tired for a while. I will come back and finish this video later. I'll take a break. Okay, back from my break. I'm going to finish off this video here. I forgot to log out for a few minutes when I left earlier, so there's like 5 minutes extra or so on the /played on this character. Anyway, so we finished lab, and now we are just going to head left into the toxic conduits. There's a decent amount of chaos damage in here, but nothing to be too concerned about. So far I've been dying on this run way more than I normally do. I think I've died on this run more than I ever have while leveling this build. Like I've said earlier that I've leveled this build in hardcore multiple times, but combination of being lazy with how I'm moving and how I'm not crafting resistances, and just the fact that I've been tired today means I'm playing much worse than I should. But I do need to get this video done. Oh, I have a fan on right now that might be hitting the microphone, so I'm going to turn that off. I forgot to turn that off when I came back from my break. We're getting pretty close to the end of the campaign anyway, and to be honest, there's not much left to talk about in the leveling process. But I can kind of go through it just to show you the path that I take to finish off the campaign. But our gem setup is... it's not perfect, but it's basically as close as we're going to get while leveling, I think. Unless we get some lucky 4 links. Okay, here is Doedry. This boss is kind of scary, but it's not that bad. It's entirely physical damage, which is something that I think a lot of people don't know about it. You actually can curse her this time around. You don't have to worry about not cursing her. And that's Doedry.
The unclean witch shall poison
Oop, I went the wrong way. So grab the crafting recipe here, and then go right. Now we're in the quay. In the quay, you want to hug the bottom of it at the start. We need to find the Ankh of Eternity. And it is somewhere along the bottom. I think it's right here. Yeah. It's always on like a little island across a little bridge like that. And now we are looking for sort of a split in the zone. Eventually this zone is going to split into two different directions. And it's kind of hard to tell where the split is, even if you're familiar with the zone. But I'll do my best to show it. Because just like previous zones that split into two different directions that we need to go, we are going to leave a portal behind. This is not the split, even though it kind of looks like it. The split is usually later in the zone than this. It could be here. Nope. This is a decent zone for experience, so it's not really that bad to like check both sides and see if you found the split in this. This is the split, I believe. So leave a portal right here. Okay, here is the next zone called the Grain Gate. And we are just going to grab the waypoint. And then go back to town and take our portal that was back at the split. And I've kind of forgotten where I was on the pass tree right here. I also need to go back and get my Spectre at some point. Oh, rare leather belt, that's worth picking up. I'm full though. Oh, this is from this is stuff that I picked up after lab and forgot to get rid of. That's junk. That's junk. This could be an upgrade. Better than nothing. Okay. Now we're looking for a door and Clarissa. Now we're going to kill some zombies. Takes a little while for them to spawn. You can check this leather belt while we're waiting. It is decent. Does it have an open suffix? It does. We can craft a resist on that, and then that'll be pretty good. That will give us some life that we are sorely missing right now. Four-link, that's not really in the right colors for us, so we'll probably just vendor that for a chrome. Unless it's really good. Tolman has a volatile dead spell that will follow you around, so just keep moving. And that is Tolman, and that was for a skill point. So we go to town here.
Child, I've seen.
Gonna go to hideout real quick. Craft a resist on that belt. Let's check what our worst resist is when I put it on. Probably lightning. Yep, it's lightning. It already has lightning resist on it though, so what's our next worst? Cold. So we are going to craft cold resist. Oh, we can craft lightning and cold. There we go, lightning and cold. I forgot we got double resist craft. Now we are nearly capped on everything, so that's really good. We can put some currency away. Put these things away. And then we can sell some junk that we don't need anymore. These boots, like I said, we could just use a Chaos Orb on them and they'll be better. Oh, I forgot to identify this. Yeah, it's junk. I wouldn't actually waste a Chaos Orb on these on League Start though, so I won't. These are just awful. Like, they're so bad. It's a good 4-link. It's just, it pains me to want to use that just for the 4-link. Anyway, we're going to use Desecrate. We're going to get our Carnage Chieftain Spectre back. And then we're going to get back out of here and keep moving. We go to town, get our skill point from Clarissa. We still don't have movement speed on our boots. Okay, now Determination Mastery opens up even more mana for us. We go back to the Grain Gate. So we have this much mana open. I kind of want to add another aura in here. Purity of Elements would be pretty good. So Dread Banner would be perfect here. Do I have a red socket that I can sacrifice? I would rather have Dread Banner than Vulnerability. They're both good. So Grain Gate. This zone is a big maze, but there is a trick to getting through it. You're looking for doors in this zone that have a dead blackguard outside of them. And there is one there. You can't really see it by having minions, but there is one right there. So that means this is the correct door. And then when you see this book icon on the map, this is a quest to kill some enemies for a skill point. They usually die very, very, very quickly. And there they go.
Your loyalty has gone unrewarded.
And we keep looking for the same thing. We have to keep looking for a door with a corpse outside of it. So that's wrong. This is wrong. That's wrong. This is correct. This is the right way. Yeah, this zone, if you don't know how to navigate it, if you just are just guessing, it can honestly take like 15 minutes to finish because it is enormous. Okay, and we can start going maybe down towards these life notes. Let's get some damage. We're gonna go up towards Enduring Bond. We're looking okay on life now. Especially now that our resistances are basically capped. We're a little bit low on cold, I think. Lightning. So this zone, there's nothing here. Just head straight through it to the Solaris Temple. Solaris Temple has a waypoint and has 2 exits. We will need both exits, so we are going to grab the waypoint. Excuse me. We are going to grab the waypoint. Oh, that's a good helmet. Although my main 4-link is already in my helmet. Anyway, we are going to grab the waypoint and then head up towards level 2 of this zone. And then come back to the waypoint and head down towards the next zone. Ow? Oh, Hexer. I forgot to mention earlier in this run, Hexer is a really annoying enemy mod that hopefully is going away when they rebalance the mods in this patch. And Hexer puts like a bunch of curse auras around the enemy. And one of those mods, one of those curses is Enfeeble. And it's a really strong Enfeeble. It makes your minions do basically no damage. Because your minions don't have any sort of curse reduction. So after grabbing the waypoint, level 2 of this zone is always somewhere above the waypoint, like somewhere to the north. Here's level 2. And level 2 has a similar layout to what it did in Act 3. It won't have like the same layout. It doesn't depend on your playthrough or anything. It's just it has a similar set of layouts that it can roll to what the Act 3 version of this zone has. Okay, and here we're going to kill Dawn, Harbinger of Solaris. That is Dawn. Pick up the Sun Orb. Crafting recipe. I think I was wrong on having Dread Banner instead of Vulnerability. I think Vulnerability is more damage, because that felt pretty low on damage there. Anyway, so now we're going to portal back, and we're going to talk to Maramo for a skill point, because we killed the Gemlings.
Go with courage.
Yeah, we're going to head up this way. We want Enduring Bond. It's some extra minion damage. We go back to the Solaris Temple. And we head down this way, kind of back where we came. And then this door here will lead us to the next zone. In this zone, we are just running straight through. There's nothing to grab here, except for a waypoint, which is guaranteed to be at the end of the zone. It is right here. And then here's the end of the zone. So the Harbor Bridge, this is a really good leveling zone. If you wanted to stop and overlevel here, you could. It's totally fine to just stop and level here for a while. In hardcore, I would recommend doing that. But for now, all we need to do is just cross the bridge. Oh, Divine Life Flask, pick these up. These are the best Life Flask base in the game. In fact, we're just going to... Oh, never mind. We do not meet the level requirement. Otherwise, I would just put that life flask on right now. Go this way. Okay, so this is the Lunaris Concourse. What's our cold resist? 72? That is plenty. So, we're going to grab the waypoint, and then we're going to go west to the bathhouse. There is a lab trial in here, and then there is also another zone where we get a skill point for killing Yugal. And Yugal, similar to Aberrath in Act 6, I will only do Yugal on League Start, even in Softcore, if I am cold resist capped. Otherwise, it's a waste of time. You will just die over and over again to Yugal. Yeah, now that we're fire resist capped, we can kind of just stand on this fire and be fine. It's still better to leap slam over it when possible. Grab the crafting recipe here. Okay, and now we can go grab the trial here. Now we're looking for the High Gardens. There is another quest in here to get the Wings of Vistiri. It's not for an important reward. Currently, I think you get a unique jewel for it, and I think that is going away in 3.20, so don't worry about that. We go out to the High Gardens. Again, I would completely skip this zone if I didn't have good cold resist. Like, basically capped cold resist. I'm at 72, which is close enough. The porcupines here are not too scary to us because when you kill them with Dominating Blow, it removes their corpse so they don't detonate into a bunch of needles. And even if you don't, even if your minions kill them and you don't tag them and they explode, you have so many minions that your minions will probably take the hit. You don't really get shotgunned by them like other builds would. Okay, so here's Yugal. Pretty annoying boss. But we have lots of damage right now. These water balls that follow you around, not the big ones, the small ones, make sure you're moving away from them. The big ones are actually less dangerous than the small ones here. The small ones, they stack. The more that are on you, the faster they deal damage to you. They deal damage over time if you're standing near them. So, those water balls are the most dangerous thing in this fight. The second most dangerous thing is when you see Yugal's mouth is like glowing and it's like winding up for a big slam, don't get hit by that, because that will probably one-shot you. Oh! And yeah, annoying fight because it tends to kill your zombies and Spectre and Golem. Could die here. Things are okay so far. Okay. Yeah. You can skip Yugal if you want on Leakstar and just come back and kill Yugal after clearing the campaign. Talk to Hargan, get a skill point, and a 2-stone ring. We needed cold and lightning resist if I recall correctly. Let's see if this is any good. Oh, that is really good. Craft some life on that, and we have a really good ring. Okay. Life. This costs 6 transmutes, which I think we have plenty at this point, right? We have 9. That's actually pretty expensive, but it's still worth it. And we got a good roll, and we can put this here, and I think our resists are going to be really good. Yeah, that's much better, right? Yeah. Okay. This still has Dex on it, which if we could just remove our faster attacks gem and buy a lower level faster attacks, we can remove this. So let's do that. And Calling Strike. And Impale just in case. And then put this here. That's actually kind of worse on our resist, so never mind. Yeah, never mind. We don't need to do that. Anyway, I also came here so that we could get our Spectre back. You don't have to keep doing this. You don't have to keep like getting your Spectre back all the time. I know it's annoying. But we're here anyway, so we might as well. Where's this faster attack supposed to be? Oh, right here. And now we go back to the Lunaris Concourse. Spend our skill point. Keep moving. So there's a new unique enemy up here. His name is Lucius? The Nightbringer, I think. I think that's his name. Lots of corrupted blood here. Pretty scary. Corrupted blood's really annoying on minions. It's probably going to kill our zombies. Okay. This guy is not nearly as scary as Gravicius was, although, again, corrupted blood stacks. I'm dead to corrupted blood. Wow, I don't know why corrupted blood is getting me so fast. Anyway, I said earlier, you would have a... Okay. Okay, so be careful about hitting packs that have corrupted blood. Just be careful about that. Hopefully the way they change it works out in our favor, because they are changing all these enemy mods. Anyway, like I said, you would want to have a bleed flask by the end of, like, Act 3, normally. You don't even have to kill that pack. It's completely optional. I just wanted to show how much less scary he is than Gravicius. But when the monster packs have corrupted blood, it deals this much damage. I think we just want to go to the next zone and skip these guys. Because that was kind of insane.
Someone may have washed away your sins, Purity, but I will never forget what you did here.
Also, I like to remove Spectre off of my bar when I'm not like actively casting it, because I don't want to accidentally raise a different Spectre and have that overwrite my Spectre that I actually want, which is the Carnage Chieftain. I keep stopping to resummon zombies. We could honestly just get rid of the zombies at this point. They are not doing that much for us. We could replace them with an aura, or... In fact, an aura is probably the best idea, like Purity of Elements. Cole is not here in Act 7, or 8, whatever act this is, 8. And this is the same idea for the layout as it was in Act 3. Look for stairs that go up. Again, I'm going to skip Delirium Mirrors just because they could freeze my computer while I'm recording. Recording puts enough strain on my computer by itself, so I'm going to skip those. You would absolutely do those while leveling, though. Look for stairs that go up. Okay, and again, take whichever side has fewer carts. It's the right side in this case. There are no carts over here. I mean, right by the stairs, not like further in. I think I walked right past the door. Yep. Okay, and now we're going to kill Dusk, Harbinger of Lunaris. She's not that scary as long as your cold resist capped, but try to keep moving around. There's like a cold dot that gets put on the ground that you don't want to stand in. And you don't want to get hit by that charged up arrow. But that's Dusk. Grab the moon orb. Grab the crafting recipe.
Cold to the
And get out of here.
and within, vast as the
And then you're going to go back to the Solaris Concourse because it's the closest one to the harbor bridge. Like the waypoint is. And then control click here so you can create a new one. Sometimes your old harbor bridge instance will still be active depending on how fast you got through the act. I just activated both Quicksilvers by accident. And you want to create a new instance here because you just want to farm more enemies on the way back. Like, you have to go across this anyway. If you still have your old instance, there's like no point in doing an empty instance when you could have enemies here to get some XP while you're moving. Because we're close enough to a level that we can probably level up before the boss. And I think we get Enduring Bond this level, which is a pretty big point. Yep, Enduring Bond. So Enduring Bond is some increased minion damage, and it's also increased minion duration, and that helps keep your minions active longer, like while you're waiting for bosses to spawn. General rule in this fight, you want to be fire resist capped and cold resist capped, because that is the damage types you will encounter here. Don't stand in the fire, don't stand in the falling rocks. When you're fighting Solaris, stand behind her. None of Solaris' attacks will hit behind her. Stand directly behind her when she will wind up a big spear throw that splits into a whole bunch of little spears. and just like every other thing she does, it does not hit directly behind her. Stand behind this. That was unfortunate. She was standing in the dot, so my minions all died trying to hit her. And that's Solaris and Lunaris. That is a pretty infamously deadly boss fight. And we did not die. Make sure Holy Relic is alive. If you're not dealing any damage when you walk up to a pack, it's because you're missing some of your minions. You need like 1 or 2 minions alive to be able to get started. Whether it's a zombie or a Holy Relic or a Carrion Golem, you need something because you don't do any damage yourself. You don't do any relevant damage yourself. But any minion that you have can do enough damage to get you started. Whether it's a zombie, or a Holy Relic, or a Golem, or a Spectre. Maybe not a Spectre. Spectres are not that strong right now. So this is the Blood Aqueduct. This is a really, really good leveling zone. Just make sure you are being careful to avoid getting hit by Detonate Dead from Stygian Revenants. If you want, you can stop here and just overlevel for a while. In fact, we're only level 56. You could level to 70 here pretty quickly. I'm not going to because that will slow us down a lot. But you could definitely stop here and level to 70. You don't have to level all the way to 70, just like level to the point where you're comfortable. There's always 3 blue packs on this like double bridge here. That is one of the main reasons this zone is so good for leveling. It's also just very dense in monsters, and these side paths always have a blue pack. So, if you wanted to, you could just control click the door, Blood Aqueduct door, walk back outside, and do it again. And then you would control click the waypoint when you got to the end, and do it again. And just keep doing it. Level up for a while. But I'm just going to keep moving because I want to finish this video. So this zone is kind of the opposite as it was in Act 4, at the beginning of Act 5. Back then we went like to the top left of the zone, now we're going to the right. What dropped back here? 2 alterations. I would turn around to pick that up on League Start. 2 alterations is useful. Orb of Binding. Now that we have an Orb of Binding, we have some options. One is to start looking for a staff and use an Orb of Binding on it, which will guarantee a 4-link staff. Another is to try to find an upgrade to, say, our gloves, which are not 4-linked right now. In fact, are these still... These are the same gloves we got in Act 1 and used a random essence on, I think. So, gloves and boots is what we should be looking for right now. We have 4-link boots, but the stats on them are so garbage. Wow, that's a lot of damage. No, they're... I have no idea why these things are doing so much damage, to be honest. That was crazy. Yeah, we have 4-link boots. They just have garbage stats. Honestly, I should use them, despite the garbage stats. I'm just kind of not using them on principle. It's like the worst item I've ever seen. Like, I would rather if it just didn't have any stats, and then I could at least use an alchemy on it. Okay, so in this zone you need to find the waypoint, you need to find the Stormblade, which is right here. It's not always right here, it could be basically anywhere in the zone. This is just pretty lucky. You need to fight some mummies here. For our passive points, we have a few options right now. One option... Let me finish killing these. Pick up the Stormblade. So one option would be to grab this life and mana regen wheel, which is not a bad idea. Another option is to start grabbing some ailment reduction and eventually some max resist. You could also grab the 6% life here. You could grab a jewel. What I'm going to do is grab this node that's 4% life and 3% all resist, because now we're capped. We were 3% off of fire resist capped, and now we are just capped. I'm going to go this way. I'm going to grab the waypoint and waypoint back to this zone, just because this is sort of more efficient pathing right now. Because I'm already on the top side of the zone anyway. And the waypoint in this zone is always right here. And then waypoint back. And now we're looking for the storm, which is always along like the top right of the zone here. Right here. And we're going to waypoint, or portal back. Talk to Sin. And then talk to these two. They'll give you a 4-link staff, so you might as well take it. Sometimes you'll get really lucky and get a decent item. Most of the times it'll be junk.
Yes?
It's pretty junk.
Bye.
Nope, I wanted to sell some other items. These old rings that I don't need anymore. This Abyss Jewel's good. I should have targeted a jewel socket earlier on to use that Abyss Jewel. It's really good. Oh well. This is a bad jewel. I might put these boots on. But I need all my blue sockets right now. That's the issue. So I don't know if I can. I tried earlier to do that. I don't have another 3 red and a green anywhere for Dominating Blow. So I think I'm just stuck on my current gem setup. Anyway, take the portal back here. Go into the Oasis. Three fusings. So in the Oasis, we are looking for the sand pit. We don't need anything else here. Here's the sand pit. And here's Shikari. Shikari does some chaos damage and a lot of physical damage. And then when she phases, she goes up here. You have to wait for the tail to attack and then keep moving with it. This is basically an auto-scroller. If you go too far ahead of it, it will just get stuck behind you. And you don't have to do Shikari yet. This is for an optional skill point, but she is pretty easy, so you might as well do this here. And it's not really that much out of the way. It's a time-consuming fight, but it's easy. When she gets really low, she always does this invincibility phase where she just sits in the middle shooting at you and spawning enemies. The map boss version of this fight doesn't have the guaranteed invincibility phase, but the campaign boss version does. And that's Shikari. I should grab... No, not that. I don't need that. Okay, talk to Russia and get a skill point for killing Shikari.
Oh, you killed.
I think I will start grabbing these life and mana regen nodes. We're gonna unspec those later, but I'll grab them for now. I'm just trying to get as much extra life as I can right now. Sometimes you will find this enemy here called Boulderback. If you find him, kill him. You get 2 free respec points. If you don't find Boulderback here, don't go out of your way to look for him.
Hello there.
Although sometimes one of the league challenges includes killing Boulderback, but I think they've kind of done away with those really simple challenges that are just like, kill this enemy in the campaign. Anyway, if one of the league challenges is to kill Boulderback, then you can stop there to look for him. So there's a lab trial in this area. This is the lab trial that I forget about the most. It's usually on the left over here. There it is. Sometimes it's on the right. It's off to the side either way. It's like never on the main path. This is a bigger version of the Roomba trial. Again, Leap Slam makes you immune to all of these traps. Not immune to the chaos damage from these guys, though. Oh. And we just keep moving through. I would do this expedition on League Start. I'm not going to do it here. Like I said, I will do any expedition that's not Gwenin. Go out to the quarry. Go down here and talk to Sin. Actually, don't talk to Sin, just grab the waypoint. Grab the crafting recipe. And there are 2 side zones that we need here. One is the Shrine of the Winds, and one is the refinery. Sometimes they're both on the right side, and sometimes one is on each side. They can never both be on the left side, as far as I know. Oh. Boots in... Actually, we might be able to get better boots with the same colors as those other boots that we have. Okay, so this is the refinery. This means that the Shrine of the Winds will be on the left. If you find the Shrine of the Winds first, on the right side, then they're both on the same side. If you find the refinery first, there's one on each side. So the refinery, this is an important lightning damage or lightning resistance check in hardcore. If you are not lightning resist capped here, you will die. It's not like you will die here if you are not lightning resist capped. So here's the boss of the refinery. He has 3 really dangerous attacks, actually. One is there's some beams of lightning that shoot across the arena, and they do lightning damage over time. 2 is this. He gets supercharged by the pillar in the middle, and then he does that lightning explosion. That will one-shot you if you get hit by it. And 3 is that slam that he just did that I didn't... I'm gonna die. I got kind of stuck in the corner there. So, yeah, this fight is super, super, super deadly. And I was just about to kill him with Culling Strike when I died. That's really funny. Yeah. Be really careful with this fight in hardcore. This is one of the easiest ways to lose a character. Anyway, back to the quarry. And now we go to the other side. Oh! Here's the Shrine of the Winds. There is a significant amount of physical damage over time here. But between determination and vitality, we should be relatively okay. And just using a health flask. Determination won't protect you from damage over time because armor only protects from hits. But Vitality will protect us from damage over time. And Determination will protect us from the hits. And that's Garuka, and make sure you pick up the feather. That's a skill point. Go talk to Arasha and get a skill point.
Not
Okay, and I'm going to use an essence on those boots that I picked up. Yeah, probably just guarantee some life on them. That's decent. But I'm still short a blue socket if I use them. If I use a jeweler's on my scepter, get it up to 3 sockets. I want blue though. Perfect. I'm going to move clarity and convocation over to my scepter. Again, make sure you move convocation back to left click. Now we can use these boots. I think we can craft movement speed on these. We can. Okay, let's go get some movement speed finally in Act 9. Normally I would have crafted movement speed at the end of Act 2. We've just been really, really unlucky on this run. Movement speed. Don't do the 2 chaos run. Or 2 chaos 1. Okay. Now I'm going to put cast when damage taken. Molten Shell. Life tap. And I'm going to move my Carrion Golem over here. Melody, Determination. We could put Clarity there, and then that just, we have our auras and our gloves. That makes sense. These boots are junk. We're going to get rid of them. We lost our Culling Strike here. That doesn't really matter that much. We can put Holy Relic back in here. Holy Relic. Might as well get some zombies while we're here. Get our golem back. Make sure all of our auras are turned on. Faster attacks back in here. Yeah, we lost Culling Strike. It doesn't really matter. We'll be okay without it.
Hail, Godslayer.
We can sell some of the old junk we have. This is a pretty good shield. Sell these for sure. Get rid of all this junk in our inventory. And we can put Dread Banner in our scepter. Now we have Dread Banner and vulnerability. That's an upgrade. This shield is an upgrade, but it needs a green. So let's do a Jewelers. Let's try to link it. Let's try to get 2 red and a green. Or that's kind of okay. Vulnerability. I lose vulnerability if I do that. It's close. It's not what I want, though. We don't actually need faster attacks here, though. It's just for Leap Slam. That's fine. Leap Slam, vulnerability, take up faster attacks for now. And I guess we can put in Purity of Elements. Can't fit Purity. Well, if we turn off Dread Banner? Nope, still can't fit it. Okay, so we lost our faster attacks on Leap Slam. That is fine, though. That shield is just better than what we had, so... Not by much, actually. The 12 all-resistant Blisted is kind of saving it. We should be capped still. We're not really capped on cold, but we're close enough. We should have more life now. Yeah, that's significantly more life. Go back to Act 9. I forgot to talk to Pataris and Vanja. You need to talk to them to get your Book of Regrets from killing Boulder back. If you skipped Boulder back, then you won't have to talk to them. And now we go back to the quarry. And talk to Sin. And we're heading to the end of Act 9. Wait, I forgot. Oh, I completely forgot something. Okay, don't skip this like I did. The foothills. Do this before Boulderback. Like, do this before you head up to the tunnels. We didn't really lose any time because, like, the waypoint's right there anyway. Oops, I'm not supposed to level up life tap. That's okay. It doesn't really matter. You can always buy a new life tap gem later. The reason not to level up life tap is we're not using life tap for its damage buff, which is the only thing that gets better on life tap when it goes up. The amount of life spent required to get the life tap buff goes up, which we don't want. We want it to be as low as possible. The Basilisk, by the way, stand behind it. That's the rule in this fight. Just stand behind the Basilisk. And the life tap buff, all it does is it makes your life flask heal for more. That's it. Okay, now we talk to Sin. Is this scepter any good? No.
Into the heart of darkness, I tread once more.
Also, the fact that we have a cast when damage taken Molten Shell now, and that we didn't have one for a lot of leveling, is probably a big reason why we died earlier on quite a bit, because cast when damage taken Molten Shell is incredible in the current state of the game. Oh, this is the wrong way. Could be this way. Eventually our cast when damage taken will get to a high enough level where it can also cast our Carrion Golem for us. And that will mean we never have to manually resummon the Carrion Golem. At this point, we should be done doing any sort of gear swaps or gem swaps until the end of the campaign. It's just running through the rest of the act and getting our skill points along the way. One gem that I didn't buy that I would recommend buying by this point is Animate Guardian. We won't use it during the campaign. You won't even use it like early in maps. You'll wait a while until you have some gear for it. But you want to start leveling that gem early because you want it to be level 20 before you even think about using it. So here is the final rematch with Doedry, Shavron, and Malagaro. And then the rematch with their fusion dance. I guess not the rematch with their fusion dance. It's the first time you fight them all fused together. You are allowed to curse Doedry in this version of the fight. And she's dead. Next. Malagaro, as always, deals significant chaos damage, but is pretty easy to avoid. So, as always, just keep moving around. You'll be fine. When he gets down to about half, he splits into a bunch of weaker Malagaros. And you have to kill all of them. Oh, he hasn't split yet. There he is. So you have to kill all these copies of him, and then kill the real one. And that's Malagaro. And now Shavron. This is another lightning resist check. If you weren't lightning resist capped before, well, you probably died at the refinery. But if you're in softcore, or if you somehow survived hardcore refinery without lightning resist, then this is another lightning resist check. In fact, I believe this is the final lightning resist check of the campaign. I think the only elemental damage after this is fire. I guess there is lightning resist in the fused boss that's coming up, or lightning damage. But in Act 10, I think it's just fire. Fire and physical. Ow. That's Shavron. Even with Cap Lightning Resist, I almost died to her. And now we go in here and we fight Voltron. Let's grab some life and armor. This boss is famously challenging, I think, for most builds. Usually not an issue for us. Don't stand on the Chaos Blades. Oh, we lost all of our minions. What happened? I'm not sure what happened here. It's fine. Oh, don't stand in that. And we're done. Even with all of our minions dying in the middle of the fight. And we didn't have Culling Strike there. And I don't really want any of that. Any gloves here? I don't have gloves. Nope. Okay, so we're in Act 10. Put away this stuff. And we go up to the cathedral rooftop. Go in here. And in here you have to kill Plaguewing. None of these enemies leave corpses, so I can't make any zombies. You don't have to talk to Ban in here. Go down to the Ravaged Square, and the way to the end of the campaign, Kitava is to the right. We're gonna go left first. We're gonna go down and kill Violenta. In hardcore, you can probably skip Violenta and come back later. She's pretty dangerous. What level are we? 59. This is kind of okay. Like I said, if you want to overlevel, you can go back to Blood Aqueduct and just spam it for a while. You can get to level 70 pretty quickly there. Grab the waypoint. Make sure you grab the waypoint in here, it's important. Oh, I did not want to touch that. I'm just gonna end it. Like I said, Delirium lags my computer pretty badly, and while I'm also recording, I do not want to deal with that. I it could just freeze me entirely. These gaps in the fence, you can leap slam through them. So this is Violenta. This fight, I think, is all physical damage. But it's a combination of hits and damage over time, which is what makes it so deadly. And then she does her fighter jet cosplay. Or I guess that's a bomber. And she flies around and drops bombs on the arena. But Violenta actually pretty easy for us. We're not even taking damage, even when we were standing in the lasers. I guess Vitality was just out healing the lasers. Oh, now they're dealing damage. So that's Violenta, and that is a skill point. Talk to Lonnie, you get a flask. Grab probably the quartz flask. And the book of skill. We don't need our mana flask anymore, so we can just do this. We're never going to use a mana flask again. At this point, you can either start grabbing stuff. Oh, I forgot to grab Divine Shield. Okay, this is part of the reason why I've been squishy. I completely forgot Divine Shield. Okay, Divine Shield is an incredible layer of tankiness. You're going to waypoint back to the control blocks. The way Divine Shield works is when you prevent physical damage, either through armor or block or anything that prevents physical damage, you will recover a percentage of that damage as energy shield over 4 seconds, I think. So, as an example, you take a hit for 1,000 damage, you have 90% physical reduction. So you only took 100 damage, and you prevented 900. You prevented 900 physical damage, and Divine Shield, let me read it real quick. It says 3% of the physical damage prevented. You prevented 900, so 3% is 27. So you will recover 27 energy shield. But that's every time you prevent damage. You prevent you take 10 hits of 1,000 damage and prevent 90% of each hit. You recover 270 energy shield. It's so crazy, actually. Like, I don't know if you saw it. My energy shield there, it just kind of shot up, even though I was taking damage. You know, normally energy shield doesn't recover while you're taking damage. Now it's like an extra buffer of, it's only 150. It doesn't really help that much against one-shots, but against like rapid fire enemy attacks like this, it's incredible. And if I had it earlier in the campaign when I was supposed to get it, which I was supposed to get it much earlier, around the time that we switched to Dominating Blow, we would have been much tankier. I just forgot. Anyway, we have to go into the ossuary because there is a lab trial in here. There isn't anything else we need in here, but there is a quest item that rewards a Book of Regrets on the way to the lab trial, so we might as well pick it up. I think those are the Rampage gloves. I'm not grabbing Rampage gloves while leveling this video. Oh! These gloves, on the other hand, are finally a 4-link that might be usable. Yeah. I don't know if you are noticing, but when we get stuck in the middle of big packs now, it is so much less dangerous than it was before because of Divine Shield. So pick up the Elixir of Allure back there, go into the trial. This is like probably the fastest trial in the game, to be honest. You just this is the second fastest. The fastest one is the Imperial Gardens trial, which I think is the like lower tier version of this trial. There, the trial's done. We have now unlocked the third labyrinth. Actually, we're done in here. We don't need to do anything else here. Portal out. Okay, we just picked up a really good 4-link.
Greetings.
Let's sell this chrome here.
For freedom.
I'm gonna talk to Whalem to get a Book of Regrets. I want to chrome this so it only has... I don't want the green on it. I don't have any... Oh, I have 3 chromes right here. Okay. Perfect. Clarity, clarity, determination... I kind of don't want it to waste auras here, right? I would rather have some sort of minion that deals damage. It's fine. I'm not going to worry too much about my gems. My gems are fine. Like, we don't need to worry too much about it right now. Oh, we need to put some stats on this, though. Lightning resistance. That's good. We can craft life on this. Let's go craft life on it. And it's a 4-link, we might as well use it to fix our gems a bit. Okay. Life. Not a lot of life, but it's something. Okay. Zombie feeding frenzy, maim, specter. What we can do is move our specter over here and grab minion life. I never bought minion life. Okay.
Godslayer, good day.
Minion life. It's this one. Minion life. Put this here. We can put determination and vitality back in here, I guess. Clarity can go here. Wait. That's fine, I guess. It's not perfect. If I take that off, can I? No. Okay. What are resists? They're fine except for cold. But cold is close enough. Can't craft on those, or that, or that. Okay, good enough. Now we're going to waypoint back to the Ravaged Square. Oh, I forgot to grab my Spectre. Again, you do not have to keep resummoning your Spectre like this. You don't have to. You do not have to do this at all. But I'm stopping anyway. I feel like I might as well. Spectre. Okay. The other option, instead of minion life linked to the Spectre if you wanted, would be meat shield support. Both of them are pretty similar in how effective they are at keeping your Spectre alive. Elemental Army is also decent for resistances. Okay, I forget what I was doing. I'm kind of done grabbing the main nodes that I need. At this point, you can start going down here. There's some more life down here that we can grab, or you can get a jewel socket. Oh, I wanted to get a jewel. Let me do that. Let me start working towards this jewel so I don't forget. Because that abyss jewel we picked up a while ago is really good, and I should have been using it this whole time. Yeah, we are so much tankier now, and it's because of two things. It's because of cast 1 damage taken, Molten Shell, and Divine Shield. The combination of those two makes you so tanky, and I'm frustrated that I forgot both of them until now. I didn't forget Molten Shell, I just didn't have the gem links for it, but I definitely forgot Divine Shield. And once you combine those two, it's so strong. Molten Shell keeps you safe from like big one-shots, and Divine Shield keeps you really safe from lots of little hits. Like, I'm really confident that if I had remembered to grab Divine Shield, the majority of the deaths in this run would not have happened. Some of them still would have because I was really lazy. But it's really hard to overstate just how important Divine Shield is as a defensive layer. It doesn't look like much, but even with only like 200 ES, it's a lot. Okay. And this is just like it was in Act 5. It's a really good leveling zone. This and the Blood Aqueduct are the best leveling zones in the campaign, in the end game of the campaign. Blood Aqueduct and this zone are where you would stop to overlevel before maps if you wanted to make sure you were super ready for maps. And also because you will drop a few maps while you're going through here if you keep doing it. And again, just like Act 5, there's always a blue pack at the top of these stairs. I think there's also a crafting recipe in here, just like there was in Act 5. Click on the strongbox. Oh. Again, Hexer enemies, I'm not going to bother killing them because the enfeeble that they have around them is just crazy against minions. It makes your minions do no damage. But that's what we're going to be doing to bosses in 3.20, because they're removing the curse penalty on bosses. Enfeeble and temp chains are about to be meta again. Like, there's no doubt in my mind that Enfeeble and temp chains will be meta for bossing. Might as well clear out these blue packs here, because we're about to hit a level. Okay, and we're about to fight a boss called Avarius Reassembled. And he has an attack that looks pretty innocuous. It's a slam. It's like a wind-up swing that he does. It is this one. That can one-shot you. if you get hit by it. Like, it does an insane amount of damage. Do not get hit by that slam. Like, I've lost a gauntlet character to that slam. A character that I thought was, like, invincible. It was having no trouble just face tanking everything else in the game, and then I got hit by that slam and died.
God shall be your judge.
Okay, so we can put our Divine Flask on now. Actually, what we can really do... First of all, we can talk to Bannon. We get a free 4-link here. Grab this one. Talk to Innocence. We can go to the end of the campaign now, but we're going to do Lab first. So what we can do here is transmute this. That's a decent transmute, actually. This one's already transmuted. We're gonna try to hit instant recovery. That's instant recovery removes curses. That's like exactly what we want. The other good one to get, let's put this over here. I didn't even realize I had a freeze immunity Quicksilver this whole time. I didn't even notice. Okay, so we're going to Beastcraft this flask. This is something I should have done a while ago. I'm going to show you how to fix one of the problems that came up earlier. Let's grab this jewel socket and use this Abyss Jewel. You can put Abyss Jewels into basic jewel sockets. You're allowed to do that. You cannot put basic jewels into Abyss sockets. Okay, so when I kept getting killed by Corrupted Blood earlier, to fix that... Oh, we don't have enough beasts. Never mind. You would go to your bestiary, and you would look for craft immune to bleed and corrupted blood on your flask. Okay, so we're not going to do that. We're actually just going to grab the Quicksilver flask back that I put away in here. And we are going to go to the Aspirants Plaza, because we're not going to finish the campaign yet. We're going to get our third Ascendancy first. At this point, you want to go back and do any quests that you haven't finished yet, like any of the Pantheon gods that you didn't kill. Like if you skipped Aberath, or Yugol, or Rislatha, any of those, you skipped any of them, go back and do those now, because they will get harder after you finish the campaign, because you get another resistance penalty. Oh, gold door. So this is a pretty awful layout already. Anytime you have a golden door in the third lab, it's a bad layout. Ow. Oh, the key is down here. Again, you can leap slam over traps and they won't do anything to you. Oh. Okay, that wasn't too bad for the golden key. At least it wasn't like a separate zone just to go get the key. Generally, I just go right in lab because you are most of the time trying to head to the right. It's pretty much a guess, though, which door you're supposed to open. But the Labyrinth layout, it changes every day, but it's the same for everyone. So there's, like, sites out there that will show you what the layout is. I'm not going to mention any of them because I don't particularly like the popular one. Reasons that are related to like marketing and ads and stuff. Anyway, Aspirants Trail. Grab the crafting recipe. I believe this is double resistances. Yep. Really important crafting recipe. That's like your plus 20 to 2 different resistances on your gloves and your plus 16 to 2 resistances on a ring. Actually, I think the plus 16 is rank 2. But that's the plus 20 to 2 resistances on like gloves and body armor and boots. Is it plus 20 or 25? I think it's plus 25, right? 20 is the chaos resist craft. Anyway, Izara remains pretty easy. Oh, and now that we have a quartz flask, which I'm forgetting to use, you can use that to gain phasing, which will help you not get stuck in the middle of packs. Phasing lets you move through enemies. Oh, here's corrupted blood. Get some flask charges. Okay. That was scary. This is an annoying layout. Okay. So you can see our damage is pretty solid here. We are 7 levels under this zone and having no issues phasing Izara really quickly. Remember, traps look scary, but you can just leap slam over them. That's the wrong way. This is the right way. That's the wrong way. We're looking for the aspirants trial at this point. All my zombies died. Might as well resummon them right before Izara. Okay. There are traps in this fight, just like the second version of lab. The third lab is pretty much a copy of the second lab, it's just higher level. This ring is good. This amulet, maybe. Okay. Couple jewels. Okay, here you have a choice. You can either go Time of Need or Bastion of Hope. They're both good. Time of Need will give you some regen. Some really good regen and some really good reduced effective curses. Bastion of Hope gives you intermittent block chance, which doesn't really matter. What does matter is it gives you, excuse me, 10% block chance if you've attacked recently, which is all the time because Leap Slam and Dominating Blow are attacks. 10% spell block if you've cast a spell recently, which is all the time because Convocation is a spell. And we're casting that while we walk around. It also gives you stun immunity if you've blocked in the past 10 seconds, which is basically just stun immunity. It basically is just stun immunity. I'm going to take Time of Need. The regen is nice, and the other nice thing is you can combine this with any 20% reduced effect of curses. Node on the tree, there's one here, and the mastery here, there's one here, there's one here. Is there one here? Yes. So you can grab any of those nodes. I'm going to go for this one right here, and that will just make you immune to curses. And check the enchant, see if there's anything good. Not really. And now we're going to go finish the campaign. So Act 10, go to the Ravaged Square. We have 3,000 HP, that is enough for Act 10 Kitava.
I knew that you would find the path of righteousness once more, my Lord of Light. I shall be honored to fight by your side.
Shield could be good. That is solid. It's good defensively for our minions, but our shield is giving us a lot of resist right now, which that shield won't. Yeah. This zone is usually very scary. This is also a fire resist check in this zone. The fact that I'm having no trouble tanking these mobs, just like running through them, is a very clear signal to me that missing Divine Shield and to a lesser extent casting damage taken Molten Shell is the reason why I was dying earlier in the campaign. It's like not even a question. If I had these active earlier, we would not have been dying at all. So, learn from my mistakes. Okay, this is the final zone of the campaign. And this Kitava fight coming up is kind of easier than the Act 5 version. Partly because our build is like more put together. Partly because he doesn't do the slam anymore. Although we tanked the slam and we were fine, so it doesn't really matter. The attack he has now that replaces the slam is really easy to avoid. And this zone is just a straight line. You can just run a straight line We're close to a level though, so we might as well get a level before fighting Kitava. Might as well get this shrine too. Try not to stand on the burning ground for too long because it killed all of our zombies. It's killing all of our minions. I want to stop and just get a level. I'm so close to a level that we might as well get it before this fight. It's kind of annoying too that burning ground. There's more of it over here that it killed all of our zombies. Okay, never mind. Never mind. It's too much. It's too far out of the way to bother with. Okay, so talk to Sin and then go inside here. We have no zombies, so we're a little bit weaker than we should be, but it's fine. Curse him with vulnerability and just start swinging. Don't stand in the fire. That like eye laser that he does is pretty weak. You can kind of just ignore it. Oh, don't ignore that though. These enemies are not leaving corpses, so we can't make zombies. And since we don't have zombies, it means we also don't have maim, which means we're missing a 30% increased damage taken debuff on Kitava, which is pretty significant, and we're still dealing fine damage. So that is the attack that replaces his slam from Act 5, and you just don't stand in the stars and you're fine. He also has like a little ball that he puts out, it's like a disco ball, and it's really easy to avoid. When you hear that noise, that like big noise before he does this fire breath, it means he's going to do the entire arena except like the very edge that he didn't start from. And then this is the final phase of the fight. And that's the whole campaign. So that was missing a lot of damage on the Kitava fight because our maim is linked only to our zombie right now. We don't have any zombies, so 30% increased damage taken debuff was missing. Take this portal. Talk to Lonnie to get 2 skill points. Oh.
Remember, we do this for
And then talk to Lily. So set sail from Oriath. Okay, we are going to grab a couple points here. I want to grab this point, and I do. I can refund this. Keep the 3 resist point though. Get this max resist point. We can refund this point for now. We'll get it back later. And get this 20% reduced effective curses, and we are now immune to curses.
Till next time, shall we keep saving?
Grab this crafting recipe. It's the movement speed that you really want for endgame. I never remember which way to go here. Is it up here or is it over there? I think it's over there, isn't it? Yeah, it's over there. You have to like go talk to Kirak here. I think you can just do slash hideout and then waypoint back here and it's faster. In fact, I'm certain you can do that. Yeah, so when you're waking up over there, just do slash hideout and then waypoint here. And it will be faster than walking here like this. Doesn't look like we found anything interesting, really. Oh, that's really good. Wow. Wow. I will need Dex, though. Oh, no, I'm fine. That is so good. Okay, that's an incredible find for the start of endgame. You would absolutely use this amulet. Okay. Talk to Kirak. He will give you a free map. If you want to be really picky about it, you can check which maps you have and just grab one that you don't already have. I'm just going to grab Frozen Cabins because it's a good map. Identify it. And what am I resist at? We need to fix our cold resistance, but we're kind of okay on the rest. And that amulet we just picked up, I think we could just craft on it. Cold. Put some cold resist on it. And now we are capped. Like, it's that easy to cap your resistances when you get to endgame on this character, just because you get a free plus 20 from your ascendancy. You can get some more on the tree if you really need it, because... Oh, epilogue, where did... Yeah, I need to go here. You can get some more on the tree if you need it. You can, instead of grabbing this reduced effective curses, you can get plus 12 to all, plus 7 chaos. So I'm just going to show a single map here, just to show that we are still capable of just hopping straight into maps. We're only level 61, that's fine. If you feel like you can't do maps at this point, you can just go back and do Blood Aqueduct for a while.
Like stepping into a dream.
Grab some zombies real quick. Also grab the life point that we just removed. So we're at 3.1k. We're capped resists. Our DPS is fine. And we're ready to start maps, like, right away. I'll get to the boss, I'll show killing the boss, and then this video will be done. Oh, Syndicate. Syndicate, I think, is going to be extremely profitable this league. And my tip for Syndicate, if you don't understand Syndicate at all, if you don't really understand how to do Syndicate, is intervention good. That's it. That's the whole strategy. Intervention good. Research also good, but you need more knowledge of how it works. I'm not going to bother doing the full Syndicate encounter. But you absolutely could. I just want to finish this video. I also forgot to do a slash played at the end of the campaign, but it was kind of scuffed anyway because of the amount that I stopped to explain things, and also when I took a break earlier I forgot to log out.
Son of Stone.
So the easy way to do transportation encounter and not lose any of the characters is to do the ones that are like have fallen behind the transport first, and then go catch up. Because the leader always stays with the front of the transport, and if you kill the leader first, the other two might run away. I don't want Haku in transportation, nor do I want Riker here, actually. Corel is fine in transportation. I want these two in intervention.
I choose.
But Riker is fine here.
I must confess.
I don't want Haku removed.
Dishonor me. Imprisonment is for slaves, not warriors.
I'm not gonna bother. You would absolutely pick up those veiled items and unveil them to start getting your crafts unlocked in League Start. But I just want to show that we can finish a map right, like, immediately from finishing the campaign. Because if you can finish one map, you can finish all the tier 1 maps. And if you can finish all the tier 1 maps, you can level up and finish all the tier 2 maps. And so on. Look how fast this boss is dying. There, that's a map. Easy. Easy, 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 easy. Okay, and that needs to be it for the video because I've been going at this for too long. If you, like I said, if you choose to start with my guide, I appreciate any feedback. It's kind of silly how much I died while doing this, but we found the problems, we fixed them, and hopefully you can learn from my mistakes that I made in this video. Hopefully this video helps you along the way, and good luck on your League Start this Friday. Take care. Okay, actually, before we go, I just wanted to add a quick addendum to this video just to show you what you should be looking for next, like what your goals are going forward from here. So first, you want to make sure you've got 4 links on all of your armor pieces and 3 links on your weapon and shield. And then you want to try correcting your gem setup, because our gem setup here is kind of scuffed. We've talked about it a few times during the playthrough. And what you can do is you can reference the POB. And here it is. And you can reference the skill sets. So in the skill sets here, we have, this is my 3.19 actual character. And obviously you're not going to be starting with Awakened, Multi-Strike, or anything like this. So what you can do is change this to early mapping. And these are like your very simple gems. These are only level 18. These are not even level 20 gems. This is a simple setup that you can use for early mapping. And at the same time, for items, you can go to the items tab, and this is, like I said, the actual gear on my 3.19 character. You're not going to be starting with this gear, so you can click the very early mapping sample gear, and all of these items are either items that I've actually bought for less than 5 chaos, or items that I searched on the trade website and they're less than 5 chaos on trade. One thing you will need here is you will need a source of mana you will need a source of mana leech. And once you get any source of mana leech, you can get mana leech on rings, gloves, and I think amulets and weapons. Once you get a source of mana leech, you can remove clarity. And if I turn off the POB for a second, and when you remove clarity, you can see we get a big chunk of extra mana, and that would let us use something like, say, Purity of Elements, or we could put Herald of Purity back in here. One of the reasons we were missing a lot of DPS at the end of the campaign is because we took out Herald of Purity. So get a single source of mana leech and you will never have mana problems again. You can just remove clarity from your build. And one thing I wanted to mention about that, if we go back into POB, you'll see in the item list here, belt Worm's Molt. This is a very, very common unique belt that nobody wants. This is like when you drop a leather belt, this is the belt that trolls you when you are hoping it's a headhunter. However, this belt is actually really good in the early end game because it has a lot of life leech, a lot of mana leech, decent stats on it, some resist, some life. It's actually a very solid belt for early end game. This early mapping sample set that's like less than 5 chaos per piece here, this can carry you to tier 16. If you're wearing this gear, this is enough to make it into tier 16. Just with this gear, you would have almost 5,000 life, capped resists, and actually, let's turn down our level because we want, let's say 83. I like to consider 83 as like early end game. it's sort of, the 83 is about the level you'll get to before you start looking into big investments. So now our total life is 4,300, not quite at 5,000, but still solid. And our DPS, 844,000 with nothing. This is super poverty gear. Actually, we can turn off this jewel too, and we go down a little bit more. Because you won't have these early on either. You won't have these Forbidden Flesh and Forbidden Flame. But that's fine. Still, 763,000 DPS, like as soon as you hit tier 1 maps with nothing, is plenty. Just keep improving your gear little by little and you should be fine. The next thing you can start looking for is there's a divination card called the Flora's Gift. If I show all cards, I won't even show up because we haven't seen it on this character. Okay. There is a divination card called the Flora's Gift, and it rewards a 5-link staff. And you can farm it in any forest tileset map. That's things like Spider Forest, Dark Forest, Thicket, Jungle Valley, any map like that. Those can all drop the card. It's a very common card. You need 5 of them, I think. And it will reward you a 5-link staff. You want to keep turning those in until it gives you a War Staff, which is a staff with good attack speed and good block chance. So that's like a Judgment Staff or a Vile Staff or a Maelstrom Staff, anything like that. And then you're going to craft on that staff with an Essence of Fear, and I don't know if I have any right now. Essence? No, but Essence of Fear is one of these, and it gives minion damage on a weapon. So you craft that, and then you go to your crafting bench, and you craft attack speed on the weapon. And that weapon, that 5-link staff, can carry you all the way to tier 16. I know because I've done it several times. Also, anytime you pick up a new gear upgrade, throw it into your crafting bench, see if you can craft life on it, or a resist. Resistances are suffixes, life is a prefix. And just keep your gear, just keep updating your gear little by little, and you can easily get through tier 16 content on this character with very, very little investment. Anyway, this was my first time tutorializing the game, and I know I made a lot of gameplay mistakes while I was playing through the campaign. Hopefully I did a good job of explaining what the mistake was and what to do to fix that mistake. If you have any questions, feel free to drop them in the comments. And again, good luck on your league start.